You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Because his voters decided that he was too swampy for them. So
Okay.
I just like to point that out. But aside from that,
Well, Ms. Luna, it's been pointed out to me you've already had 5 minutes. Somebody will probably yield you some time. So I've got to.
if I could just finish real quick. If we're looking to see why the files have not been released yet, look no further than the judge Engelmeyer,
I'm sorry,
who's
Ms.
actually been
Luna.
responsible
I'm sorry.
for
If
denying
someone can
O'Connor
yield
and
you some
Massey's
time.
special counsel. I'm just saying, I'm making a point.
All right.
So this is all political
So we haven't
games
recognized the Republican on this. Ms. Mace, do you want to be recognized?
That would be great, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of documents I would like to enter into the record this morning with unanimous consent. First of all, I want to ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop playing politics with justice. Not a single one of you voted for your own party to be held in contempt. I'm the only member of this body, of this committee, that has held both Republicans and Democrats alike in contempt for defying a congressional subpoena. So the hypocrisy is real, and I don't want to hear anyone on the other side of the aisle say no one is above the law here on this. We're talking about human trafficking, sex trafficking. We're talking about children, girls as young as 14 being assaulted, being trafficked by wealthy and powerful people. This is not political. This is personal. This should be nonpartisan. We should be working on this together. And it's incredible that we're politicizing rape, we're politicizing sex trafficking, we're politicizing this entire Epstein thing. And it just, as a survivor, I'm telling you, it should not be. And I've done a lot of work, Mr. Chairman, in advocacy and writing legislation for victims of abuse, male, female, and children, man, woman, and child. South Carolina, my home state, Mr. Chairman, has a huge problem with with all sorts of violent crimes, but sex trafficking in my state is up by over 400%. We have domestic violence in our state where you can't get a trial. And there was a case last year where a woman 2 years ago was kidnapped by her boyfriend, beaten to a pulp, her face just beaten in. 2 years after he kidnapped her and beat her, he murdered her on Mother's Day because our local solicitor refused to prosecute that case. And I have rogue solicitors and prosecutors and attorneys general who aren't doing anything to protect the people of South Carolina, women and children especially. Recently, my attorney general prosecuted a case against convicted pedophile Donald Gresh. Donald Gresh was convicted of having 1,900 images of toddlers as young as 3 being raped by animals. Donald Gresh, under the prosecution of my Attorney General Alan Wilson, served 1 day in jail. 1 day. Donald Gresh isn't the only pedophile, convicted pedophile, that we prosecute like that. My Attorney General Alan Wilson prosecuted this case. This is Travis Reed Gay. Well, the other thing, too, is that Donald Gresh, he was facing 60 years in jail, got 1 day. Travis Reed Gay was facing 70 years, 7 charges and 70 years in jail in South Carolina. My Attorney General prosecuted this case. He pled guilty in November, didn't serve any time. He got probation. He violated his probation 11 days later, and if he violated his probation, he was to serve time in jail. The magistrate or judge, probably didn't have a law degree, let him out hours later. He has not served any required time for this kind of thing. And I did a press conference with a bunch of moms, over a dozen moms last week in Charleston, South Carolina, and there was a local media blackout. I asked, was it my attorney general who prosecuted this case and led this pedophile out on the streets? Was he the one that led the media blackout? Well, I want my attorney general in my state to know that a young child came forward after seeing my press conference and recognized this man. She filed a police report the same day because he allegedly followed her in a park the week before. This is Scott Spivey, killed, shot with a bullet in the back, shot at 17 times, not prosecuted by my attorney general. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter those 3 images into the record. This is Weldon Boyd. This is Scott Spivey's killer who shot him in the back and has never really been investigated or prosecuted for that killing in South Carolina. I would like to enter that into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
This is Logan Federico. She was executed a year ago, yesterday to the day, by a man named Alexander Dickey Alexander Dickey was a convicted criminal. He had 39 arrests, 25 felony charges. He executed this beautiful 22-year-old daughter of Stephen Federico in cold blood after stealing a gun. If her killer, Alexander Dickey, hadn't been let out by a rogue magistrate or judge or a prosecutor solicitor that didn't care, she would be alive today. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter her image and her killer's image into the record.
Without objection to ordered.
I have another image. This is Eric Bowman. Eric Bowman beat his wife and has been alleged and is being investigated for other abuses against women and potentially underage girls. He was just let out free, Mr. Chairman, out of jail in South Carolina. He is a predator. I have reported him to law enforcement. He's under investigation, but I have written bill after bill about predators like Eric Bowman, about voyeurism, about these sort of criminal sexual allegations. I would like to enter his image into the record.
Without objection to ordered.
I have two more.
Can we get it? Your time's expired, but I'll recognize you for a UC later on, because I want to make sure everybody stays within their 5 minutes. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
You know, first and foremost, I think we're doing a disservice to the victims in this case when we refer to it as the Epstein files. It's sex trafficking evidence, and let's call it what it is. And as a prosecutor, we prosecuted these kind of cases when I was DA back home in St. Louis County, and I met with every single victim and victim's family because I wanted them to know that I was here for them, and I thought it was important that we look them in the eye and let them know that we're going to do everything we can to bring them justice and treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And this is no different. That said, I think in D.C., what I've learned in my 11 months here is that this D.C. disease that of staying in this partisan bubble is something that you have to continue to be aware of so that you don't fall into these same hypocritical traps. And I talked to Jamie Raskin because I just wanted to get some perspective on the law. And when we talk about the legal analysis, first and foremost, you can't read a statute. You learn this in constitutional law first day. You can't read a statute and understand the law. You have to understand how it's interpreted by the courts. And the courts have been clear that if there is negotiations, that does not meet the threshold for criminal contempt. And the examples are clear on that. When Steve Bannon was held in contempt, he did not negotiate, he did not reply, he did nothing. Meadows, when he started to reply, then Trump told him not to, and then he ceased with his communications with this body. And so in this case, I agree 100% with our ranking member. I want to hear from the Clintons. I think the victims deserve, we want to hear all the evidence. But what I know as a prosecutor is that we don't start doing depositions before we listen to the evidence. Now, if there's not evidence, okay, then there's other things to consider. But the evidence is here. There is evidence that has been duly voted on to be presented to the American people in a bipartisan manner, and of this evidence, we've received 1%. 1%. I mean, put this in perspective. There's 0%, and then the only thing you can do next is go to 1. That's it. We've got nothing. And now we're going to bring the Clintons in before we even have the evidence. That makes 0 sense, which is close to the 1 that I talked about. And so there's a legal analysis here. There's about what are we doing to ensure that we are doing a real investigation to get these victims the justice that they deserve. And so Jelaine, whatever her name is, she needs to be brought into this body. And I'm hearing that, oh, well, she's going to plead the Fifth. First of all, then let her. But secondly, legally on most of these questions, she can't plead the fifth. On grounds that she's going to be incriminated? She's already a criminal. So let's bring her in. Let's do those things. Let's bring in every single person. I don't care what they are, Democrat, Republican, and I've said this publicly, and my mother got on me about this. I don't care if my mother is in the Epstein files. We need to see 100% of the Epstein files to ensure that we are doing right by these victims. The illegal analysis does not support criminal contempt. A real investigation, a fair, bipartisan investigation would lead us to the conclusion that we want to hear from the Clintons, that we want to hear from everyone. But right now, we don't even know who else is in the Epstein evidence because Pam Bondi has not turned over that evidence. And that's the massive violation that we're seeing, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to have any urgency about. The massive violation of the law, and Pam Bondi needs to be here to answer those questions, but that is like, oh, well, we'll put it off. We'll get there. We're working with them. I'll yield the remaining. Sorry, Ranking Member.
And before I recognize Mr. Gill, I want to point out, February 11th, Pam Bondi will be in front of the House Judiciary Committee. February 9th, I'm sorry, February 9th. February 9th is Miss Maxwell. And February 9th, we're deposing Miss Maxwell. February 11th, Pam Bondi will be in front of this committee. So there's a lot of wheels moving right now. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think it's worth pointing out that the obvious reality here is that the Clintons are doing everything they possibly can to not come testify before the committee or have any real transcript or information about his engagement and involvement with Jeffrey Epstein over a long period of time. I mean, we've been working for 5 months to nail down a date for a deposition, working in good faith in the entire time. The Clintons have been evading this committee, at one point even deciding that they were going to propose Christmas Day, Christ's birthday, as a date for a deposition. I mean, that's not good faith. At one point, they proposed that instead of doing a deposition, they're going to have Chairman Comer and a staffer and a note taker go up to New York City, where they could ask Mr. Clinton questions and create 2 different sets of records about what Clinton said. That's obviously quite different than having an official court reporter precisely write down the words from the former president. Competing staff notes are simply not going to cut it. So we've spent 5 months working on this. It's about time that they comply with a lawful subpoena like many other people have. And there's some suggestion that we're selectively choosing who to enforce these subpoenas against. I mean, as you've pointed out multiple times, Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times. He flew at least 26 times on Epstein's private plane. There's a clear, long-standing, obvious connection between the Clintons and the Epsteins, and I think we need answers for that. And I hope that we get that, and I hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us in that. And with that said, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to my colleague, Ms. Anna Paulina Luna.
Thank you. I'd like to just say that I do agree with some of the sentiment of both of my colleagues, to include Mr. Bell, who actually just spoke to wanting justice for the victims. But it's important to note that the reason why the files have been delayed in release is because of Judge Paul Engelmeyer in New York. This judge specifically ordered the SDNY to do a second review, and for those documents to then be certified by U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. So if you want to get mad at someone, look no further than Judge Paul Engelmeyer, who then also, at the same time, just denied Massey and Ro Khanna's motion to appoint a special master. So we can argue back and forth all day long about where the files. I want to see the files too. I want everyone to come in and answer questions. But look no further than this person. By the way, this person's not a Democrat or Republican. I think this person actually might be an independent. But if you're wondering where the files are at, that is the truth of the matter. That's it. As soon as those files come out at the DOJ, we're going to get them. And by the way, I will remind people that weren't here earlier, Todd Blanche will get on a phone call with people here. And after this, I'm going to go walk over Todd Blanche's cell phone number to Chairman Garcia and to Chairman Comer so they can both get on a call. I think it's important to open dialogue, okay? But the point is that we have to know the facts, and those are the facts. So look no further than Judge Paul Engelmeyer. Again, he's the one person that appointed the review, a second review, and then once those documents are then reviewed, then it goes to the DOJ. But you can't fast track the process.
Ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Are you suggesting that the reason for not receiving 99% of these files is this judge? Not 20% of the files, 30%, half of them, 99% of the files, some of which are already public?
From what I've been told, and this is why I would encourage you guys to talk directly to the DOJ on this, is that there was a second review ordered. I don't know who all's in charge over in New York specifically doing that second review, but I do know that at least with the DOJ, they are officially done reviewing all the documents that they had left, right? They had 500 attorneys, actually said this earlier, that NSC, Southern District of Florida, SDNY, and the FBI, there's 500 lawyers working on this to review all the documentation. They are officially done with that. Now, I don't know what the second review process is because I'm not internally at the DOJ, but what I will tell you is when you have this judge then also turning around and denying Ro Khanna and Massey's motion to appoint a special master, which I think Mr. Khanna can probably speak on, I think that that's shady. And I think that it's really terrible that we're sitting here arguing at each other, pointing fingers, when it's this one guy who no one seems to be mentioning that's actually stonewalling it. So I'm here for it. I want all the documents, and I do think that we're going to get those documents. Do I think it's going to be rushed? Absolutely not. I don't want to rush the process. But I will also encourage you guys, just as I did this morning, I got a victim's specific information. The DOJ has said that they will release whatever files they have pertaining to her directly, and she had not up until recently been able to, I think up until today, get that because, frankly, a lot of these victims' portals go to just, I think, empty inboxes. But the point is that it's important for context. So I yield my time.
I have a question for the chair.
Well, you're Rick.
Before I begin, I have a question for the chair. I just wanted to clarify, when you said Pam Bondi's coming on February 11th, is she coming to this committee?
She's coming to the Judiciary Committee.
So is she coming to this committee at all?
Well, we'll see how the Judiciary...
Is she scheduled to come to this committee at this point?
I've said she's not scheduled to come to the committee. She's coming in front of the Judiciary Committee.
Okay.
Chairman, Chair, you're recognized, Mr.
I'd like to yield 30 seconds to Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I appreciate Representative Luna's interest, I know, in the survivors. So I do appreciate that. I just want to be very clear and clarify. Judge Engelmeyer has nothing to do, his rulings have nothing to do with the legal subpoena passed by the Oversight Committee last July. Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and the DOJ have been in defiance of a legal subpoena of this committee that has nothing to do with the Khanna-Massey law that keeps getting referred to. And so when you're saying that Judge Engelmeyer is the reason, that is actually not the case as it relates to the subpoena. And so they're still violating the law and have been since July, to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Min.
Thank you. And I just want to begin by echoing the comments of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. As someone who spent my career as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as a law professor, the rule of law is important. No one should be above the law, including presidents and former presidents, and congressional subpoenas are an important part of that rule of law. And I think the Clintons should be here. I think it's very shameful that they're not. But I also have to admit I'm very troubled by this criminal contempt motion. As a lawyer, I know that I don't know this area of law, criminal contempt. So what I did is what any decent lawyer does. I asked people who do know this area. I called a number of colleagues, former colleagues, people who are former DOJ attorneys, experts in this area. And it's hard to get 10 lawyers to agree on anything, but they all agreed that this was unprecedented, that under a normal administration, a normal DOJ that's not politicized, they would never bring criminal contempt charges in these circumstances. And I say non-politicized DOJ because many of us are very concerned that this Department of Justice has become weaponized under this administration. Under Pam Bondi, we have seen them go after Trump's political enemies, including people like Adam Schiff and Latifah James with bankrupt charges. We've seen them refuse to investigate an ICE agent who closely shot and killed a woman at point blank. We've seen them fire line attorneys who refuse to go along with indictments that they describe as political and illegal. Now, the closest comparison to this particular criminal contempt case is Steve Bannon. And there's well-established precedent here. Steve Bannon refused to answer, saying he would only answer questions from this committee if Trump told him to do so. That wasn't like delaying or obfuscating. That is willful defiance, and that's what the courts found, and that's why he went to jail. And again, while I think that the Clintons should be here, what we're proposing here is a very serious matter, bringing criminal charges against a former president of the United States. And I listened to you very carefully, Chair Comer, for the last hour, and I heard you describe them as civil contempt or something
Nobody's
like that.
buying what you're selling. We've been negotiating for 5 months.
Why
5
not
months.
civil contempt or some alternative?
Can I make a
months.
suggestion, actually?
And I don't yield my time to you. I yield it to Mr.
I've already
Chairman,
answered your
Chairman,
question.
I
can I
yield
make-
back then.
All right, Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Request unanimous consent to enter into the record the minutes of a hearing conducted by the Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee on July 23rd of 2025, over which I presided as chair. That was the subcommittee, to clarify for America, where the original subpoena driven by the Democrats and Ms. Lee, the original motion to subpoena the so-called Epstein files was introduced. Unanimous consent to present.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, sir. So within that is minutes. Here's the original motion from the Democrats. Move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena. Listen carefully, you alleged journalist and you, the beloved American citizenry that's paying attention to this. Move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena to the Department of Justice for the full, complete, unredacted Epstein files to be delivered concurrently to the majority and minority of the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform. That's it. That was the motion presented by the Democrats. That motion immediately struck me as very poorly written because it had no recognition of recognizing and adhering to the existing long-standing criminal justice procedure designed to protect the innocent. It had no timeline. There was no timeline mandated in their own motion that would force the DOJ to comply with said timeline. There was no mandate for a particular percentage of release. There was no prohibition for actions in performance of compliance with their motion, which would become a subpoena from the Oversight Committee. It was not even the identification of Epstein. It just said Epstein files. Epstein who? You think the DOJ has not prosecuted more than one Epstein in the history of the DOJ? It was very poorly written. So, Republicans, noting that there were a lot of people missing from this, if we were going to do this, allow it to move, there were a lot of people missing. So, Mr. Perry introduced, I remind my colleagues that this is my time. You recognize the decorum of this Oversight Committee. Perhaps you'll be recognized to speak. Mr. Perry introduced a motion to amend the motion to subpoena by the amendments to include William Jefferson Clinton, imagine that, use the whole name, and Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, amongst others. But of everybody on Scott Perry's list, the most defiant has been the Clintons, and the Oversight Committee has been very patient. I submit for the record, unanimous consent, I ask Mr. Chairman, the actual subpoena produced on August the 5th. At a hearing on July the 23rd, the subpoena was produced on August the 5th.
Without objection to ordered.
Everyone has essentially complied to the wishes of the committee. Who's in control? We are. With a majority, we determine. The most defiant has been the Clintons. That's why we're here today. Back in July, after Scott Perry introduced an amendment to the Democrats' motion expanding the list to include the Clintons and others, including Republicans, Ms. Mace introduced an amendment to the motion to subpoena, saying, I move to amend Ms. Lee's motion to include the redacting of names of victims and any personally identifiable information of said victims and any possible child sexual abuse materials. And the subpoena itself, and I'm closing, Mr. Chair, the subpoena itself stated that the DOJ is to provide all the material requested and recognizing redactions required by law. So you're talking about 1 million documents. It takes time to redact 1 million documents. But the DOJ is performing and is delivering, and the Clintons are.
I'll give Walkinshaw an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But before we go to Mr. Walkinshaw, Ms. Mace has 2 more unanimous consent requests, and I'm going to give Mr. Walkinshaw an extra minute if everyone's okay with that. Ms. Mace?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues, too. The whole Epstein saga and working with people on both sides of the aisle on the Epstein files and the working with the victims has been extremely enlightening.
Yeah,
This doesn't sound like unanimous consent.
UC, can you present the unanimous consent?
Oh, here's the unanimous consent.
Okay.
Through the Epstein thing, this is a tweet that I did about judges. I learned that, not all the judges have been forthcoming with information and files. I tweeted out on November 28th, impeach corrupt judges, especially South Carolina judges. I've done this about a dozen times or more. I'm guilty as charged. Last week, an attorney named Robert Murding, I would like to enter his image into the record, too.
Without objection to ordered.
He is trying to hold me in contempt and told a judge I should be thrown in jail for, among other things, tweeting out that judges should be held in, that judges should be impeached. This is what happens to survivors. This is what happens to victims. And
I'm sorry,
I would like to enter my predator bill into unanimous consent as well.
Without objection to ordered. And
thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Walkinshaw for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll read. More than 5 million pages remain hidden. Instead of holding the Attorney General accountable for this failure, the majority is trying to change the subject today. Frankly, I find it insulting. We have to bring our attention back to the people who should be our focus, the survivors of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking operation, the women and girls who were exploited, abused, ignored for years. They deserve the truth, transparency, and justice without delay, without excuses, and without any political protections for the powerful or the wealthy. That's what we should be doing. Not scoring partisan points, not creating distractions, working to uncover the full scope of his crime so the survivors can see accountability. And if we're truly serious about justice, we can't ignore one of Epstein's most well-documented associates, President Donald J. Trump. We have documented communications, including a signed birthday note from Donald Trump containing explicit sexual references and referencing wonderful secrets between them. Emails from Epstein saying that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. Donald Trump acknowledging he knew Epstein was a, quote, creep and that Epstein recruited girls and women from Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying he wants to cover up the files because, quote, my friends will get hurt. If we're committed to transparency and justice, why is that off limits for this committee? Why is his name absent? Why no discussion of Attorney General Bondi's refusal to comply for months with this committee's subpoena? Why no contempt for Attorney General Bondi? What we're witnessing today is not oversight, it's not accountability, it's part of a cover-up, a diversion. And it didn't start today. Despite clear legal requirements in a law that Donald Trump signed, a subpoena that you signed, Mr. Chairman, and repeated public promises, Attorney General Bondi has failed to release the files. It's entirely within her control, and yet only 1% has been produced, more than a month late. And even that sliver is so heavily redacted that it mocks the law. It mocks the law. And it mocks this committee's subpoena. Let's be honest about the transparency that Attorney General Bondi has provided. This is DOJ Epstein data set number 4. It's number 4. Data set number 4. This is part of the 1% that folks have been talking about this today. I'll close with this. Attorney General Bondi and the Trump administration missed their deadline. They're ignoring our subpoena. They've withheld 99% of the files, and they have obscured the little that they did release. It's not a coincidence. It's intentional. It's about protecting one man, Donald J. Trump, from accountability. Release the files. I yield back.
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chair, have unanimous consent request?
Okay, I'll recognize you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a political article entitled Clay Higgins Explains Why He Was the Lone No Vote on Epstein Files Release.
Without objection to ordered. Chair recognizes it'll be on our side Mr. Perry, then Mr. McGuire. Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm disappointed at where we're headed here. Look, I think that legitimately both sides want all the information. I know I sure do, with the proviso that the victims and innocent people are not damaged in the release of that. What's interesting to me is that the only time my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to talk about any of this is when they can bring up the current president's name, but they're not interested at all in anything else. And I would just say this regarding the timeline, because I'm frustrated with it too. You know what would have been great? Would have been awesome if we could have truncated the timeline when the Democrat DOJ was in power under a Democrat president and there was any investigation whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends on the other side of the aisle weren't interested in these victims at all when they could have done something about it. Nary a word was said, and certainly nothing was done. All this advance work could have been done by them had they cared. But this is not about caring about anybody. This is all political theater because they hate the current president of the United States. I get it. It's disappointing to me. These victims should have their day, and they should, all this information, regardless of who it touches, should be out, with the proviso that the innocent are protected. I know that's not of any interest to you. I get it. That's unfortunate. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, earlier I asked unanimous consent to receive into the record the actual subpoena presented to the Honorable Pam Bondi by this committee regarding the DOJ's release of the investigative files on Jeffrey Epstein that was dated the 5th of August. I'd like to enter into unanimous consent associated with that entry, the letter written by this committee on August the 5th to Attorney General Pam Bondi, referencing the subpoena and giving specific instructions.
Without objections ordered.
I'd like to also enter into the record actually, I don't believe this has been released prior to right now, is the schedule associated with the subpoena. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of specific instructions from this committee regarding the subpoena delivered on August the 5th. Now, unanimous consent.
Without objection to
enter that
ordered.
schedule as well. I'm sure the media will be fascinated with that. So the professionalism that this committee has pursued, to clarify for the citizenry, the professionalism that this committee has embraced and pursued has been squared away, impeccable. And that includes recognition that the Department of Justice, as stated in the subpoena, is to comply with redaction procedures of established law and criminal justice, long-standing procedures. So I heard someone mention 5 million files.
is going to be ushered into the conversation is whether or not there's been substantial compliance and what it means to actually look like you have substantially complied. It means that you're taking reasonable steps to follow a court order, that you're acting in good faith, and typically that serves as a defense. So if we are still crafting the parameters of said subpoena, for instance, my colleague, Mr. Walkinshaw, just asked whether or not this would be limited to the Epstein subject matter. For me, if they responded at all, then there is some sort of compliance, which they did. They didn't just throw the bird. They didn't just say, forget it. But more importantly, I just want to point out that we are living in an age of hypocrisy, because my other colleague just pointed out that Mr. Perry sits here and somehow sits in judgment of others. Frankly, that is what people are kind of getting annoyed by, is the hypocrisy, because Mr. Perry still has an outstanding subpoena that was never complied with. In addition to that, he talked about we need to care for the victims. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and I will yield my time. But I don't believe that Mr. Perry ever signed off on the discharge petition in the first place. So I don't know if he is just doing what he believes is politically expedient, but I will tell you this. I refuse to be a puppet, because Democrats tend to be of goodwill. We always want to do the right thing. We are always trying to follow the rules and follow the law. Unfortunately, we are living with an administration that does not care. We just want some type of parity. So, for instance, we all want to hear from President Clinton. If for some reason you said, we will give you, say, Pam Bondi, and then we've got President Clinton with it, or say maybe President Trump and President Clinton, two presidents, because we know that both presidents actually had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But what looks political and looks like one can get away with everything, especially since that's what the Supreme Court has stated, that's why it looks like it's just gamesmanship. You only care about following the rules so long as you can invoke those rules on what is typically perceived as your political enemies. This is why we are falling apart in this country. We are supposed to be about checks and balances. It should not matter whether or not you're associated with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, independent, or whomever, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, whether you're a black immigrant, or whatever. But it seems like we only have a political agenda in this committee, and that's why everything goes off the rails. You only love law enforcement when they're going after black, brown, immigrants, that kind of folk, right? But on January 6th, you didn't care about law enforcement because they still don't have their plaques up. We continue to do the right thing and say, yes, apply the rules equally across the board, and then y'all play in our faces and you only apply it to one side. I am asking for one commitment, and then I will yield to the ranking member. Mr. Chair, will you commit to me, as the chair of probably the most important committee in this Congress, especially in this moment where people are concerned about the level of corruption that exists within this committee, will you promise me that you are good for doing whatever is right and following the evidence, no matter who is on the other side of that evidence?
Yes, and that is
Okay.
why I subpoenaed the estate. And we had no idea what was, nobody knew. Nobody knew
I
what was in
understand,
the
but-
estate documents. And I, without hesitation, subpoenaed the estate. We've subpoenaed the Department of Justice.
And that's where we got the birthday letter. We subpoenaed
Because
the
of
estate. Hold on,
the
Mr.
subpoena,
Chair.
right.
Okay, we got the birthday letter, but we can't just get the evidence and then not follow up on the evidence that we actually get. I will relinquish the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you. I just want to just really clarify
I'm in Riker.
Thank you very much, Representative Crockett. Just to back to Mr. Walkinshaw's point, I think it's important to clarify that in communication, Mr. Chair, with your team and the back and forth with the emails, the Clinton team made it clear that they wanted to answer questions about Epstein, but that was not something that your team agreed to, only about Epstein. And so that's, I just want to make sure to clarify, and I appreciate you clarifying, Mr. Comer, that you said that you would limit the questions to only Epstein. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I
And
think
what the
that's-
Clintons said that is not true. What their lawyer said is a complete lie.
Well, I'm glad that you clarified for them, because it's been their impression that it's been. I'm just telling you, it's been their impression.
He's paid them too much money then over the last 5 months.
And sir, I'm just reading emails, and I'm just reading that are back and forth between them and your team. It's been their impression that those questions were going to be beyond just Epstein, and so I'm glad that's been clarified. So thank you, Mr. Walkinshaw.
Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you. 5 months is plenty of time. The Clintons are doing everything they can to avoid questioning. And the American people want to hear from the Clintons. You know, Bill Clinton brought Epstein to the White House 17 times. He had him on, and Bill Clinton was on the Epstein airplane 26 times. So the American people want to hear from them. I don't understand why our friends on the left can't understand that. They support these crazy policies like open borders, 20 million people coming to our country. They've been robbing, raping, and killing the American people. You know, Lake and Rowley would still be alive. And instead of protecting law-abiding citizens, they defend the criminals, and they want to have a defund the police movement. It makes no sense. These criminals they put back on the street, recommit the same crime, and they're like, why did they commit the same crime? All Americans have the same goal, the same American dream. We want to live, work, and raise our family in peace. We just might disagree on how to get there, but the Democrats seem to always be wrong. The American people don't want boys undressing in girls' locker rooms. But for some reason, the Democrats support that. 5 months is plenty of time. The American people want to hear from the Clintons, and they said they had no relationship, but they definitely did. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time back to Ms. Luna.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to point out, first of all, specifically to the letter, the hand sketch that was allegedly the president's. I believe there's a $10 billion lawsuit that was filed that, according to the president, the organization that published that is actually trying to currently settle, so just to clarify. But aside from that, I wanted to actually ask Mr. Min a question, if he's here still, if he would be willing to vote for a contempt in the Clintons if they refuse to come in and testify on a fine of about $1,000 a day until they comply with the subpoena. But I don't know if he's here. Is he still here? No. Okay, well, I think that that's just something to consider. You know, we have the ability to do those fines, and I think that that needs to be considered, especially if, you know, optically there is reason for pause for Democrats not wanting to vote for that based on the fact that President Clinton was a former president. I understand the optics of that, and I also understand re-elections. However, nonetheless, the Clintons are defying a subpoena, so sometimes financially people can be motivated, especially if there's a fine, and that's something that we actually all reserve the right to vote on. And I think that that's actually a very good option, especially being that most Americans would go to jail for defying subpoenas. And so I do not think that there needs to be any special accommodations made, especially given the nature of this, but I do think that that can be a tool to motivate. So I'd like to suggest that to you, Chairman Comer, also to you, Ranking Member Garcia, that would be a good method that we specifically reserve if we choose to use alternative means. Kind of a slap in the face to people that typically would not have those accommodations made for them.
Yeah.
With that also, you know, being a part of this, I think that, you know, Bill Clinton specifically said he wants the files to be released, and I think that we also need to consider the fact that there is a judge. I know Mr. Garcia disagrees with me on this, but based on the email that I have seen on Judge Paul Engelmeyer, you know, if you have someone that is ordering the DOJ to do a second scan of the files, if it's politically motivated, that's impeding an investigation. And I'm tired of judges, if they get involved in investigations in Congress, trying to obstruct. And so just putting this out there, I'm going to be trying to impeach that judge. Unless he can basically give a waiver, let the DOJ release the files immediately.
Yeah, and just real quick, I just want to say on the general thing, I agree. I mean, I think it would be best if the ranking member and chair can huddle and figure out how we can change it so we can actually hear from them. Because my concern too, and the other thing is, there's no faster way to make sure that we never actually hear from them in person than moving forward a criminal contempt that says put them in jail. I mean, we're just not going to hear from them for our investigation. And so, I mean, I agree if they can come to something to figure out how can we move forward in a way where we're actually, there's a pathway to hear from them. I'm for that. So
To be clear, I do not agree with what the Clintons are doing, okay? And I think that they need to come in here to explain. But I do think that when you go after someone's pocketbook, I think that they quickly change their tune, and I think that they might be compelled to come in. I also don't want to set the precedent, though, that, you know, just because you're a president means you're outside of this, you know, justice. And that's basically what it would be doing. And so, Chairman, I will let you direct the ship on this, but that is my suggestion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. I'm going to start by yielding to the ranking member.
Thank you. And I want to just respond to Ms. Luna and Mr. Maxwell as well. Just to be clear, I think two things can be true. It can be true that we want to hear from the Clintons and that it's important that we hear from them and that we want to enforce our subpoena. I think it can also be true that they have also begun clearly making efforts to answer questions by declaration, to negotiate coming in, to give testimony. They've made offers to obviously be in, their initial offer was to do that testimony outside of Washington, D.C., with the leadership of the committee and staff. They have been open to transcription. And so I just want to re-emphasize that I think there is room here to continue to negotiate and get the testimony that we need. In addition, I am incredibly thankful that we're finally moving forward on ensuring that Ghislaine Maxwell come before this committee, that we're going to get Pam Bondi finally in front of this Congress. We need to release the files, get that testimony, and of course, ask the questions that this committee has of President Clinton. I think that is all fair, and I hope that's the direction that we end up moving in. Thank you. Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. Given much of what we've heard today, and especially in light of some of the hypocrisy that we've heard today, I just want to walk through the timeline of Donald Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, because I think it's important for folks to remember how we got to this point. This was a series of deliberate decisions made at the highest levels in the White House and the Department of Justice to keep the truth hidden from the American public and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his allies' abuse. Let's start with what the president said during his campaign trail repeatedly. At multiple points in 2024 when running for office, Donald Trump said he would, quote, declassify the Epstein files, use it as a rallying cry to win over voters. In October 2024, J.D. Vance said, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. But the moment Trump and Vance had power in the White House to act, that commitment disappeared. That's when the cover-up began. On February 27th, 2025, Pam Bondi said that she was releasing the Epstein files with her statement, quote, this Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. Then it became clear, very clear, that Donald Trump did not, in fact, want information about Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes revealed to the public. Starting in July 2025, Donald Trump began to gaslight the public. He said, quote, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. This is the point when Congress stepped up. On July 23rd, Congresswoman Summer Lee moved in this very committee to subpoena the full and unredacted Epstein files. And just to be clear, because of that subpoena, the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi have been required by law to provide the Epstein files to this committee since the summer of 2025. They have been in gross illegal violation of the subpoena this entire time. To my Republican colleagues on this committee, do you remember that subpoena, the lawful congressional oversight subpoena from July 23rd? Pam Bondi has been in violation of that for 6 months now. At the same time, members on both sides of the aisle filed a discharge petition that would have put a vote on the floor for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. For a moment, the petition was one signature away from forcing a vote in the full House. And what did Mike Johnson do? He shut down Congress. He refused to swear in our colleague, Adelita Grijalva, for a historic 7 weeks in order to keep her name off the list. He forced the American public to endure a government shutdown to protect Donald Trump and to cover up the Epstein files. And when it finally came to the floor and it became clear that the bill would pass overwhelmingly, Only then did he endorse and then sign the bill so that he wouldn't lose. This required the DOJ to release the unredacted Epstein files publicly by December 19th. The DOJ has blown past that deadline, releasing only 1% of the files, which is patently absurd. And the files they did release were heavily redacted, which is completely illegal according to the law. On December 23rd, the DOJ said they miraculously discovered over 1 million files related to Epstein. All of these patterns are an attempt to slow down the release and fail to meet the lawful deadlines are consistent and coordinated. This is all part of an intentional cover-up, which leads to the unavoidable question, who is the president protecting when we know he only cares about one person? I guess I'll end with my question to the chairman. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has violated the subpoena issued by this committee. We should be holding her in contempt to remain fair and to remain transparent. And so I ask that you do that if you really, truly want to be fair and care about the justice for the victims here.
May I respond? We have been very clear. We expect those documents. She has complied. She's turned over documents. In the
1%
in the beginning,
not
you all
compliant.
complained and said the first document dump didn't have enough redactions, and the second document dump had too many redactions. So they're trying to get this, and I believe
Mr. Chairman,
that
with
we
all-
will get those documents
I
very
hear
soon.
you.
I have been assured
I
we're
hear
going to
you.
get those
If I could
documents very
respond.
soon.
I hear you, but with all due respect, given everything that she herself stated in February of last year, her own statements in front of the entirety of the American public saying, we have the documents, they are ready to go. The subpoena from this committee was issued in July.
And nobody
And
on
they
our
never
side,
got to work.
nobody on our side is defending Pam Bondi. I
So
can
then
assure
she
you.
should be held in contempt. If we are
She
going to
is
hold
complying with.
President
They have
Clinton in
turned
contempt, then we have to
documents
hold Bill
over.
Clinton.
They have turned documents over, and every time they do,
1%
you all
of the
complain
documents,
about
you
too
know
many
that's
redactions,
egregious.
not enough redactions. So,
That is unacceptable. It has been 6 months,
all right, your
and there's
time,
been
your
nothing
time's expired,
produced.
and we want the documents. We've made that very clear. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Can I do unanimous consent first?
Okay, before I recognize Mr. Crane, we'll let.
Thank you. I just want to do a unanimous consent request. This is actually an email that has been sent to your team, Mr. Comer, and our team from the Clinton lawyer and the Clintons that basically says, to be clear, we are not objecting to a transcript and never have. Please make that clear during today's testimony that was sent to you, Mr. Comer. So I just want to reemphasize they are not objecting to a transcript. Thank you.
And before I recognize Mr. Crane, let me reply. We just got that email, and we have spent 5 months trying to get acceptable terms that I think everyone within any sense of fairness would agree needs to occur. After we hold this vote, hopefully it'll be a bipartisan vote. They're going to have 2 weeks before this bill is on the floor. We're going to have 2 weeks before the full House votes on it. And make no mistake, to the Clintons and their lawyers, this bill will pass, and I believe it will pass with Democrat votes, even though I've heard Democrat leadership is whipping to try to get you all to vote no on this. They have had 5 months to comply with this, and to defend the indefensible and try to act like Bill Clinton's a victim here, I think is a stretch. We know who the victims are, and I think if you ask the victims, do you want to hear from Bill Clinton? I'm pretty confident I know what the answer will be because our staff has communicated with their attorneys. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this committee hearing is about whether or not we're going to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress. I strongly recommend that we do, especially in pertaining to the release of the Epstein files and trying to get to the bottom of what exactly went on there and how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to continue doing what he was doing and abusing so many people for so long. It's interesting when I look at the history of the Congress and look at the fact that Peter Navarro, former Trump trade advisor, who defied the January 6th committee subpoena, was sent to prison for 4 months. Steve Bannon, also a former Trump advisor, defied the January 6th committee subpoena. He was sent to prison for 4 months, and several others. So it's going to be really telling to see how my Democrat colleagues vote on this one. Mr. Comer, how many times, Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Epstein go to the White House, in your recollection, sir?
According to the evidence that we've obtained, it appears he went 17 times during the Clinton presidency.
Is that more times than you've gone to the White House, Chairman?
I've been member of Congress for 9 years, and fairly high up on the pecking order. I've been to the White House, I believe, 9 times in 9 years. So he went to the Clinton White House double the number of times that I've been to the White House in my entire congressional career.
Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Clinton fly on Mr. Epstein's plane?
At least 26 times, according to the flight logs that were subpoenaed from the estate.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Those were 4 different trips, 4 trips, and every time they regassed the plane, they counted that as another trip. But it was Asia, Africa, and they had to refuel. So every time they stopped to refuel, they counted that as another leg of the trip. There are 4 trips, not 27.
That's almost like I didn't inhale.
Reclaiming my time. That's still enough trips for us to want to be able to ask the Clintons questions about their involvement with Epstein. Is that true, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, like I said, I hope that my Democrat colleagues who all of a sudden have found religion this Congress, and now they want the Epstein files, even though over the last 4 years when they had control of Washington, D.C., you didn't hear a peep about Jeffrey Epstein out of any of them. And so I think it's going to be real telling, how my Democrat colleagues who claim to be all about the victims, how they actually vote on these contempt charges for the Clinton family. And I just think it's interesting, too, that, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is you've been working for the last 4 or 5 months to get the Clintons in here. Is that correct?
5 months, yes, sir.
Did they tell you that they would come in over December 24th and 25th, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
They have implied that they would come in, yes.
Okay, so that just goes to show that they're trying to dodge suggesting dates that they know none of us are in session. And I think that's pretty despicable. The other thing I believe that they said is that you and the ranking member could fly up to New York, but you couldn't record any of the conversations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does that sound like any congressional deposition you've ever heard of, sir?
No, and it would be my word against Mr. Garcia's, and I'm pretty confident I know whose side the New York Times would take, and the Washington Post would take, and MSNBC would take. And look, an investigation, you have to have transcripts, and the media wants transcripts. Well, you have to have transcripts. We don't do the notes. And the Clintons have already accused us of lying, and they accused us of saying this was an unlawful subpoena, which I appreciate Mr. Garcia admitting that it is a lawful subpoena. So I yield back.
I also want to point out one thing that I think has been pretty interesting. When I flew into Washington, D.C. yesterday, my chief of staff told me that he'd been contacted by the Clinton attorneys at least 3 times to try and stop this. So it looks as if they tried to resist you for about 5 months, and once we finally pulled the trigger on it, now they're realizing that this could go very poorly for them. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's how it appears, that they could stall, and then when it finally came to this vote, they felt like they could count on the Democrats objecting and a few of the Republicans that the media would go to, and the moderates, and say, oh, is this going to affect your election? Is this going to affect your election? At the end of the day, I think even the media wants to hear from Clinton. We all want to see the documents. So everyone in America that's keeping up with this, which is a majority of Americans, they want answers, and we're trying to get answers here today, and the Clintons have obstructed for 5 months. 5 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Randall, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to, again, just clarify that that the Clintons have not objected to a transcript. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Comer, which you just mentioned. And I think that in this moment of negotiation, which you've been in, and you've been in with them this entire time, there's progress being made, and they've not objected to the transcript. Let's talk to President Clinton, and let's get a transcript of it. Let's have the committee there and the staff there and move forward. Thank you.
If may I respond? We won't stop the clock. May I respond? They did object to a transcript, Mr. Garcia. They did object to a transcript. They're just now changing because they see that public opinion is not on their side. Chair recognizes Ms. Randall, and we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying I do not feel it is my responsibility to defend the former president of the United States. As a member of Congress, in a separate and co-equal branch of government from the executive branch, and as a individual person who is responsible to my constituents, it is not my job to defend the former president of the United States. Just like it is not your responsibility, Chair Comer, to carry out the political retribution of the current president of the United States. It is also not this committee's job to yield to the Judiciary Committee to question the subjects of our subpoenas. It is not our job to defer to anyone else's interest. And in fact, we have the opportunity at any time to amend the rules of our committee should you choose to take action that our rules keep us from taking. Like that is a tool that you as committee chair and we as a committee have. And I also want to say, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a regular person. I'm 1 year into this job, and contrary to attempts by my Republican colleagues to put the burden of decisions made by Congresses of the past on our shoulders, I was sent here by my constituents just a year ago, and it's to them, to my neighbors, who I am accountable. Not to party leadership, not to anybody else, but to my constituents. So I want to talk about what they are seeing and hearing right now. They are seeing, just as Ms. Ansari previously said, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Pam Bondi switch allegiances, decide they no longer want to pursue accountability and full release, unredacted release of the Epstein files. But they're also seeing a system that has failed survivors and regular people over and over, that privileges the powerful and well-connected over regular people. Regular people who don't have the luxury of saying, I'm not going to come to court and I want to be free of any accountability. Regular people who see us question I know that my constituents have, and it is one that I'm asking my colleagues on the other side of the dais. Thank you. I yield back.
Any member seek recognition? Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, I think many of us were there with the survivors, and I'd like to bring them into the room because I think it's really important. You know, it's not just one president, but now two that have been connected to the Epstein sex trafficking. One of them even testified about walking into the house, the butler opening the door, there's administrative assistant, having no idea she was walking into a horrific scheme that was sending young girls to the powerful, to the rich, the elected officials. And one of the first pictures she said she saw was of Clinton with his arms around Epstein. She saw another one of Trump with Epstein. And I just remember her almost trying to convince us, like, understand that I had no idea, as if somehow she was guilty. Do you all remember that? Yeah. And so I'm here to tell you, I'm ready to vote, but I'm also just taken aback and disgusted because I didn't need a birthday card to say the President of the United States, current President of the United States, had something. I didn't need to see the photos by the chairman today of Clinton. All I needed to do was hear the survivors tell us, please do something. These are people that have impacted their lives forever. What I just don't understand, Mr. Chair, and this is with all due respect, I just don't get why Bondi cannot be held in contempt, why we're not for, I don't care if she says that she wants to plead the fifth. So what? Do it in front of the American people. Same thing with Maxwell. She's telling the committee she's going to plead the fifth. Fine. Have her come before this committee to do it in front of the American people. The fact of the matter is, are you saying that if anybody wants to plead the fifth, they don't have to be forced to come before this committee? That doesn't make any sense. What excuse is that? That doesn't make any sense. The fact that I continue to tell you all, what is the most consistent thing survivors have asked us to do? Follow the money. How come we haven't forced J.P. Morgan Chase before this committee? How come we haven't allowed Bank of America to come before this committee? Mr. Chair, it is so disgusting. And this is why everybody's so distracted by this whole thing of like, oh, you know, the Clintons, Trump, and everything. But who was funding it? Literally, J.P. Morgan turned a blind eye to evidence of sex trafficking even after his 2008 conviction. Hear me out. After he was convicted, they still hid suspicious activity reports that should have been reported. You know, you see the fact that continuing them saying, well, in 2028, agreed to pay what, $290 million to settle a lawsuit? I don't care. You come here, and because it's the truth, you all. You guys got to realize Epstein's not the last person. There's probably another Epstein out there right now doing sex trafficking right now. We should hold everybody in contempt that had anything to do to cover this up, including bank executives that still have their jobs. The fact of the matter is, we know what this is. You want to talk about Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, but talk about everybody involved. Because it does look like you're only doing this to distract everyone when we know not one, but two presidents were involved. And those young ladies shaking when they were testifying in front of them because they didn't know if they could trust us. Some of them literally said, we had no idea what we were walking into. But they were connected to the rich. They were connected to the presidents. You heard them say that over and over again. But one of the things they continue to say is follow the money. Because, Mr. Chair, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, J.P. Morgan, all these people, they will not be the last folks that allowed a sex trafficker to harm young women, children. And so we have to set a very good precedent that we will not sit back and say, well, Maxwell's going to plead the fifth, Bondi's going to plead the fifth. I don't care. You're a public servant. Come before this committee. Maxwell, you were directly involved. How many times did the survivors mention her? How many times? saying that she lured them in. She was primarily involved. And Mr. Chair, you and I had conversations. And you said, give us names. They gave us names. And you know it. So why are you all focused only on them? And let me tell you, you know where I stand. I will hold anybody in contempt that will not give us information. I don't care how many lawyers they bounce up on us. But I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, shame on us for not forcing Bondi before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing Maxwell before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing J.P. Morgan Chase to answer questions that many of us have of $1.5 billion in suspicious activity. Because somebody had to fund this madness, this horrific actions by these men. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
And Ms. Tlaib, if I may respond to some of that before I recognize Ms. Bobert's next. Okay. I believe with all my heart you are as sincere as anyone on this committee about wanting to get answers about the truth. And I believe your heart is pure. Maxwell is coming in front of this committee. And
But
we've
when?
tried.
No, let us decide that today when. Like
Well,
when?
it's nailed down. February what day? The 9th. She's
February
coming,
9th.
and you'll be able to ask her questions. That's one of the things Clinton wanted was only me and Garcia. Maxwell's coming. Anyone who wants to ask her questions on this committee will be able to. So that's
No, I think the
that's nailed
American
down.
people want answers from President
And
Clinton.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Lee. I just want to respond to Pam Bondi is coming before Congress in 2 weeks. I am confident she is going to be grilled by both parties on the discharge petition. If you didn't want, I don't want to, and Ms. Randall, you mentioned something about the Judiciary Committee. Believe me, I don't want to work with the Judiciary Committee on any investigation, okay? But when we passed that discharge petition, that got them involved.
But we had an outstanding subpoena.
Just let me explain. Pam Bondi's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's been a document dumped.
Mr. Chair, we can't
after that.
forget the
and
banking
then the last
institutions
thing,
either.
the last thing, this is the most important thing. Months ago, I approached Ms. Tlaib, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Stansberry, and I said, please, if you all get a chance, and I know you all are all sincere, try to get some names from these women, and we will continue to try to get documents.
Mr. Chair,
The
just
estate. If I didn't
Mr.
want
Chair,
to know
let's
that, if
follow
we
the
didn't
money.
want to,
Let's
Ms.
bring
Tlaib,
these bank
Ms. Tlaib, you're out of
executives.
order. We want to hold everyone accountable. We don't care. We don't care if they're billionaires. We don't care if they're Republicans. We don't care who they are.
Do you agree to work with me, though? We got to get the bank executives here. Because, Mr. Chair, you and I know that this is still being funded in some other way. Epstein's dead. But we know there's another person out there doing the same thing. We know it because the banks cover it up. These suspicious activity forms were literally, these reports that had to be filed, they were there for a reason. So we can stop.
And last thing, and then I'm going to open it, I think, see if there's any other members. But we are going in looking at suspicious activity reports, both Republicans and Democrat staffs going in looking at suspicious activity reports as we speak. I'm all about looking at suspicious activity reports. Now, time's expired. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Epstein, and here's the false premise, that Epstein was a creature of the political right, and they're protecting him, and he was pounding around with Donald Trump and those in his orbit. And that's why the Republicans won't release the files. Now, that's incendiary, but is it true? Or is it just a cheap, woke fantasy? Well, here's the facts, and the facts matter, so let's look at tail of the tape. How many confirmed visits to the White House? Under Bill Clinton, there were 17. Jeffrey Epstein visited the Clinton White House 17 times. How many times did he visit the Donald Trump White House? 0. How about documented political donations? 21,000 to the Clintons, 0 to Trump. Documented non-Clinton political contributions. 118,000 to the Dems, 18,000 to the GOP, for a total of 89% to the Democrats and the Clintons, 11% to the GOP. Now to the matter at hand. Epstein files released by the oversight Democrats from 2019 to 2023 when they were in charge of this committee, 0. Epstein released files by the oversight Republicans from 2023 to present, 53,000 pages. Epstein files released by the Biden Department of Justice in the 4 years he was in office, again, 0. Epstein files released by the Trump DOJ, 2025 to present, 125,000 pages. And a member of this committee completely jumped the shark again. And right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a left-wing loon, and it was a time where we really need to turn down the temperature and practice some civility, said, and I quote, "Republicans have been so busy protecting pedophiles and rapists that they forgot what this committee is supposed to be about." Well, I tell you what this committee is supposed to be about, Mr. Chairman, about transparency and truth. And on this matter, the Republicans have led, and we produced results, and the Democrats have done squat and bumpkiss. For the record, you know, that kind of incendiary rhetoric, while it may make headlines and make people famous, or perhaps better stated infamous, and raise loads of woke cash, maybe even get you invited to Hollywood parties. But at what cost? Those kind of lies create division and damage, and they're ludicrous, absurd, lazy, and perhaps, worst of all, unoriginal. And I don't think it's going to translate much to Journey to the Upper Chamber. I hope it doesn't translate to that. The Trump administration and Republicans on this committee and on this issue have served Lady Justice by a count of about 178,000 to 0. So the Clintons should come in, honor the subpoena, and testify. And you know why, Mr. Chairman? In the pursuit of truth. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll have to forgive me if I do not give a slow clap to our colleague across the aisle for his Academy Award-winning appearance just now in front of the committee. But I want to just address some of the things that I heard here today and to talk about why we're here. What I've heard here this morning in front of this committee is exactly why the American people hate politics. Because the American people don't care if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're an independent, whether you vote or you don't. They want the Epstein files and they want justice and accountability. And they don't give a damn whether or not it's Democrats or Republicans or who is implicated. They want accountability. And that is what the survivors are asking us for. They are asking us to do our jobs, to make good on the promises that we made them when they came and met with us, and to actually, in good faith, conduct an investigation. Now, I always think it's important to pull back the curtain for the American people about what happens in these committees. And I was not shocked and surprised, but, you know, I think it's important to note that when I stepped out of the committee a few moments ago, the press were huddled on the Republican side of this committee room to take statements from the Republicans. They're not out in the kind of like neutral area. They're standing outside the Republican door so that after this vote is taken, our Republican colleagues can walk out and make a statement to the press. Now, I think that that's important to note for the public here, because this is not about true accountability. Because if this was actually about getting to the bottom of this case and actually holding individuals accountable for the crimes that were committed by Jeffrey Epstein, by Ghislaine Maxwell, by the associates, and the many, many people who are implicated in this case, what would be happening right now in this committee is that Pam Bondi and DOJ officials would be sitting right there on the witness panel answering questions under oath, because they are breaking the law. They are not complying with our subpoena. They are not complying with the Epstein Transparency Act. And on the day, the final deadline, that they were supposed to release their final explanation about why they may have redacted some files, and in fact they have, as has been stated many times, only released less than 1% of the files, Donald Trump used the United States military to invade a foreign country and steal their oil. And while we're sitting here and our colleagues are trying to create a spectacle for the media, every single newspaper in the United States and the world's headline is about how Donald Trump right now is in Europe embarrassing the United States. How he is threatening our NATO allies to invade Greenland. Humiliating the United States. And I have to say, I was home over the weekend for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebrations to honor the life and legacy of Dr. King. And the question that I got over and over again from my constituents is, what is in those files that is so bad that President Trump is invading Venezuela, threatening our NATO allies, and sending thousands of armed paramilitary troops onto our streets to create violence and chaos in American cities? That is what the American people are actually asking us. And so I will be honest, Mr. Chairman, I am deeply troubled that the individuals who are the subject of today's hearing did not appear on their scheduled date. No one is above the law. But I do know, based on the correspondence, that they have been corresponding with you regularly to try to resolve this issue. But I don't believe that's what this hearing is actually about. Because if it was actually about getting justice and about getting the truth, we would have DOJ here. We would be holding Pam Bondi in contempt, and we would be hearing from the survivors themselves. And so I have to agree with my colleagues that I believe that this is part of an extended smokescreen to try to cover things up. And so I do ask my colleagues across the aisle, if you are earnest about getting to the truth and getting to justice, then bring DOJ in here and hold them accountable, because that is actually what the American people want. I yield back.
And lady yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Biggs, I want to point out again for the umpteenth time, Pam Bondi is coming in front of Congress under oath, and there'll be lots of opportunities to ask her questions about the Epstein files.
But
Chair
sir,
recognizes Mr.
Mr.
Biggs.
Chair, can I ask a question? She's violated a subpoena from this committee, and she should be held in contempt for that. That's a fact.
Here's the difference. They have been turning over documents. Now, I've said it 100 times. It's not as quick as we would like, but they're turning over documents. And I've been very clear today and in hundreds of interviews.
You can't be serious
we
that
expect the
1%
document.
is turning over documents. What's the deadline for them? When do you expect the full document?
Well, in our subpoena, there was no deadline. And then we voted for the discharge petition, and there's a deadline. The discharge petition's in judiciary. She's coming in front of judiciary. Now that is a fact. Don't try to and Bill Clinton's not a victim here, and the media is not going to take Republican side on anything.
I don't
so
think
let's
Pam
just
Bondi's a victim. I think Pam Bondi.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. It's Mr. Biggs, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just point out, the previous speaker was talking about peeling back so the public can see what goes on in a committee. I mean, I just came from another committee where we were talking about massive fraud around the country, and in particular in Minnesota. And I'm glad that 2 Democrats could find time out of their busy schedule to even attend that hearing. What a shame. What a shame. When someone says, what is in the files so bad, I'll ask this question. What is in the files that's so bad that the Democrats for 4 years, for 4 years when they had control of this committee, didn't release a single document, didn't call a single witness, didn't make any motion. In fact, for those 4 years, go back and look. Did they ever say anything about Epstein? No, they didn't. But wanting to make wanting to get it on the press, that's why you're making the issue today. Because let's talk about why we need to talk with, do this contempt. Is because former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton basically strung us along as we were bending over backwards trying to accommodate their schedule. They didn't show up after we finally had to get a subpoena for them. And I have right here, this is just interesting to me. This is a little note written by Mr. Clinton, former President Clinton, to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Jeffrey, happy 50th. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted as long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and, no illegible word, and also to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. He rode on that plane many times. He was apparently close friends with him. Jeffrey Epstein claims that, and I don't know if we should believe anything Epstein says for sure, but I mean, Epstein says that he helped set up and fund the Clinton Foundation, and former President Clinton in his note, I mean, this is what he wants. He doesn't want to come in and testify. He wants to do the same thing that he did in previous times. Just, okay, we're going to send a little note, that ought to do it. He says something to the effect that he spent
proposing today departs from this committee's established practices, including its long-standing acceptance of written testimony and the level of accommodation this committee has traditionally required before proceeding to criminal contempt, not civil, criminal contempt. I'm glad, as the ranking member has stated, that the Clintons have agreed to testimony and to a transcript and to meet. I agree also that that meeting should not be taking place in New York. It sends the wrong reason. For anybody that gets something from this committee, they should come to the committee. It's just that plain and simple. But it departs in many instances with the way this committee has moved on. And I say that because we never know this time next year who might hold that gavel and who on either side may want to go after the current president, his sons, his wife, his family, and anybody connected to him as a department head. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's a slippery slope. Now, does Bill Clinton have to defend himself? Absolutely yes. It is a bit curious, however, why we are going after Mrs. Clinton. I've not seen anything, as the gentleman from Massachusetts said earlier, that suggests that she ought to be a part of this in any way or has done something wrong or is complicit in this matter. And I would hope that there's some consideration, Mr. Chairman, to withdrawing at the very least that particular resolution. It just makes me think that this is a fishing expedition and that we want to dust her up a bit if we get her before this committee. Now, a couple of quick things. We're being asked to move forward holding a former president of the United States, again, not in civil contempt, in criminal contempt of Congress. And I'm going to tell you why it's an extraordinary step. Not that it's unprecedented, it's extraordinary, but it is unprecedented in the fact that we did not do that with Richard Nixon, we did not do that with Donald Trump. There was a subpoena, but there was never an attempt to find them in criminal contempt of the Congress or of this committee. It's an extraordinary remedy that's usually reserved for situations where a witness has clearly and willfully defied Congress after extraordinary processes have been exhausted. The majority has not demonstrated that standard so far. I do want to say also that we're in a situation where I don't think that anybody on the Republican or on the Democratic side of this committee is trying to defend former President Clinton. They're trying to find a way to make sure that we're consistent. So the reason we keep hearing the need to have Pam Bondi before this committee is that we're getting ready to bring criminal contempt charges before there's been an investigation. Usually that happens after the investigation. And the notion that somebody is going to come before this committee, Mrs. Maxwell, and take the fifth, I don't care. She's already a convicted criminal. She can't take the fifth. But we can do the actions we ought to be about, and that is to make sure that both of them are before this committee, and then to make sure also, or to suggest, it's up to you and the ranking member, that that meeting takes place and those transcripts are made available, and that Mr. Clinton comes before the committee with counsel so that we then are in a position to move forward. We're taking a big jump here without doing some of the things that we normally do. Now, I'm glad that Ms. Tlaib brought up the matter of victims. She's not here right now, but all of us sat in that room with those victims. It was gut-wrenching, and all of us made a commitment that we would prove that this institution could and would do the right thing. So we're challenged here, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that you and the ranking member can give us a way to proceed here that both of the concerns on both sides are addressed. But if we just move straight as we're going now without an investigation, it begs the question, what happens when the shoe is on the other foot? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Simons next. Before I recognize her, I just want to add, with respect to the Hillary Clinton subpoena, you all voted for that. This committee voted for that in a bipartisan manner. Her name was on that list. And with respect to Pam Bondi, again, she's testifying in front of Congress in less than 2 weeks. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment, and I have a friendly question for my colleague, Ms. Luna. And I'll say a friendly question. I've worked with victims for decades. So few opportunities present themselves for victims to sit face to face with folks who hold power, to beg and plead that everyone who had anything to do with their harm be held to account. So few opportunities. I have been a victim advocate where brilliant young women who have been trafficked across this country have stood in courtrooms and were demanded to testify against their traffickers, and they did with such power and grace in fear that their lives may be taken because of that braveness. And a number of those young women that I witnessed take all that they had to confront their demons, they were murdered. because they took a stand. And so when we did stand in front and sit in front of those victims and they gave us their all, I hope that this is not the only opportunity, Mr. Chair, to speak on their behalf. From our president to everyone in those files, forget all the political games. If these women who are connected with the largest sex trafficking ring in modern day American history cannot get justice, what about the girls in every single state? I mean, it is what it is. That being said, Ms. Luna, you talked briefly about a proposal.
She's not in.
She's out.
That's Bob.
There was a proposal put on the table to rethink how we might have a conversation about the Clintons or President Clinton coming in and having a conversation with this body. And I guess that time has passed, but I know that I would love to hear from the former President of the United States. I would love to hear from the Attorney General. I would love to hear from the current President of these United States. The victims deserve to be heard. The victims deserve for the files to be released in their entirety, and the victims deserve for us to get to the bottom of this matter. I yield back. Well, I actually would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Actually, I'm okay right now on time. I might come back around, but back to Mr. Comer and the Republicans. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Okay. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, we are going to, there's an amendment at the desk. Well, let's Ms. Lee, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment to all members? The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute to the William J. Clinton contempt report as offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that even listening to this debate throughout our hearing today, our markup today, I think it's really clear that at the heart of this effort to release the Epstein files are very real human beings who have experienced unimaginable harm. They have been repeatedly victimized by the indifference of the U.S. government and the injustice that they face. They deserve peace and healing and justice. When my motion to subpoena the Epstein files passed, this committee resolved to get that justice for those survivors. And I thank Chairman Comer for pushing this effort forward by issuing additional subpoenas for the Epstein estate and the banks. And we know that without the full files from the DOJ, that is just not enough. That's why I'm introducing this amendment, which holds Attorney General Pam Bondi in civil contempt for failing to comply with the August 5th subpoena, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And we believe that we should start with civil contempt because we are serious about this investigation. We want these files and we want to hear from them. And we must start there. The Department of Justice needs to be the priority. We can move to noncompliance by anyone else, including Ghislaine Maxwell, after we have received those files. It has been 5 months, and we're still missing over 5 million pages of documents purportedly. The Department of Justice has only released 1% of those files. They have stonewalled this committee since August, and they have failed to provide even the most basic updates. How is that not an insult both to the authority of this committee and the survivors? Without the full files, how can we know who might have legitimate knowledge or who might be culpable? We wouldn't have to speculate on the Clintons or anyone else's involvement if we had all of those files. And to be clear, I'm certainly not opposed to the President and Secretary Clinton being held accountable for violating the subpoena. But the fact that this effort to hold the Clintons in contempt was fast-tracked and is happening before any action against the Justice Department is just evidence that the Republicans on this committee are not taking this investigation seriously. It is an unequal application of law. And again, it is a bit ironic that these contempt resolutions empower the Justice Department to imprison possibly 2 people for defying the exact same subpoena that they themselves are defying. If this committee wants to be taken seriously, we would be addressing all the bad actors in this investigation, not cherry picking them for political points. The Justice Department needs to be held accountable for their noncompliance and lack of transparency. They have been selectively producing information, shielding powerful people, and obstructing any efforts for oversight. And if we don't hold them accountable, Mr. Chair, we are too. Just this past Friday, Attorney General Bondi asked a New York federal judge to deny an appointment of a special master to monitor the release of the Epstein files. They don't want a neutral third party making sure they follow the law. I think all of us should be questioning what the Justice Department is doing that they don't want the American people to see. We can't just take them at their word that they'll eventually get around to releasing the files. Quite frankly, they have put up the same, if not far less of an action as the Clintons have. What little information they've released so far has either already been made public or has been a mess of just sketchy redactions. A group of survivors sent a letter to the Justice Department's Inspector General complaining that the redactions had been, quote, selective. They pointed out that multiple times the names of alleged abusers appeared to be redacted, yet some survivors' names and identified.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
To have dinner, new restaurants are being built at records that nobody's ever seen. They were closing. We lost half of the restaurants in the last 4 years during the Biden administration. Now they're all opening again. I even went to have a dinner just to show, I guess, to make a point. I went to a restaurant in Washington. I walked right down the middle of the street. I wouldn't say that Secret Service was thrilled, but if I did it a year before, believe me, it wouldn't work. Here's my other friend, Hussein. How are you? Okay? Are you good? Boy, you got a lot of good people here. This is a very good place. But so it's amazing what's happened there. Memphis is amazing. When you go to Louisiana, what we've done there has been incredible. Always much more helpful if we could have a little participation. In the case of Louisiana, we have Jeff Landry, the governor, Republican governor. We have a couple of Democrat governors. We have a couple of Democrat mayors who very quietly are begging us for help, and we're making them all look very good. But I would do it. If I were a Democrat, if I were a mayor or a governor, I'd be saying, Mr. Trump, could you quietly come over here and would you do this, President, for me? Send about 1,000 troops in here. And we do it fast, and we get rid of the criminals, and it's amazing how effective. You know, I didn't campaign on this. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't know it would be this type of law and order. But the cities, some of these cities, we've lost these cities, and we're bringing them back, and we're bringing them back quickly. Washington took us literally 6 weeks to make it safe, and 8 weeks to make it really safe, and now it's really safe. And I don't know, you know, some people disagree, but I like seeing those big, strong soldiers. You know, we won in the Supreme Court a very important case, merit. Our country was built on merit, and then all of a sudden we got away from that, and people with A averages and high college boards and everything were not able to get into colleges, and people that had C averages and low college boards were getting in. And, you know, it's not fair, but our country is based on merit. The whole concept and the whole system only works on merit. It doesn't work on anything else. And our military works now on merit. And when you see the soldiers in the street in Washington or in Memphis or in New Orleans or in some of these places, including Chicago, you know, we have crime down in Chicago despite the fact that we have an idiot governor and a mayor that, I mean, very low IQ person. He's a low IQ person. And it's amazing. You have these wonderful, beautiful black women with Make America Great Again, MAGA caps on. They're all over Chicago. They want MAGA to come in. And we went in a pretty quiet way as opposed to the way we did it in Minnesota. You know, in Minnesota, we took out over 10,000 hardline criminals, people with big convictions that came in here that shouldn't be here, brought them back to countries. In some cases, we bring them to jails because if you bring them back to the country, they'll find a way, despite the strong borders, they'll find a way in. Because a lot of them are really evil, but they're not stupid. So we're doing a real job. The country's the hottest country anywhere in the world, the best place to invest. The great big beautiful bill is incredible. You get that 1 year deduction. You build something and you take the whole thing down. And I always said that's what made my first term so successful because, I mean, people were buying things that, I have a friend bought an airplane. He never used it. He just bought it. He said, I deducted it. He's on the plane. I think he's got, Steve, you could buy it. He's got about 4 hours on the plane. It's been 3 years. I think he's got, it would be a great plane to buy, actually, because he'll never use it. But it really spurred people to do things and do projects that they really would have delayed or held. And the beautiful thing about the great big beautiful bill, the one that we just did, is over there you had a 2-year window to do it. Now we have a 10-year window, which I hate to tell you because people will take their time. So in one way, I didn't want that. I call that not good, but it is good ultimately. Think of it, it gives me a chance to use it if and when I ever get out of this position. There's a big question. It gives me a chance to use it. Otherwise, I'd be precluded. That would be terrible, right? But it's 10 years, but you're able to, you build something, you build a factory, you write the whole thing off 1 year. Nobody's ever thought that was possible. It was always 38, sometimes 40, sometimes 41 years. You know, you get a little here, a little there, nothing. You write it all up. So it's been really amazing, and you are the people that made it happen. Really, largely it's you and a group of others. Not a lot more. I mean, the people here, I guess, because of Larry, the people that came to this event, it's really incredible. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. We had somebody, as you know, that ran it for many, many years, and I'm not sure what happened there, but I figured, well, that's all right. They had a hell of a run in Davos. Then I heard Larry was taking it over, more or less, and he called me. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you be there? And we've had some great business dealings together, and you know, he's one of you. He's one of the greats, and it was an honor. We had a good speech. We got great reviews. I can't believe it. We got good reviews in that speech. Usually they say he's a horrible dictator type person. I'm a dictator. But sometimes you need a dictator. but they didn't say that in this case. And no, it's common sense. It's all based on common sense, you know. It's not conservative or liberal or anything else. It's mostly, I'd say 95% common sense, and that's what we have. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's such an honor. And if we can ever help, you're going to let me know. And I have a pretty direct line. Marco Rubio's here, too. He's done a fantastic job as Secretary of State. He'll go down as maybe the best Secretary of State if he keeps going like he's going. That's a big question. I don't know that he will, but for the first year, he's headed to the top. And I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. Thank you very much. Take care of yourselves. Bye. Thank you.
In front of Congress, in front of the American people in 2 weeks. And I'm confident she's going to be asked those questions, and I expect to hear answers from the criticism that you leveled against her. No one's defending her. Again, we expect to get the documents. They have produced some. We aren't satisfied with the pace, and she's going to be in front of Congress in 2 weeks to answer that exact criticism. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the unjustified and cowardly claims made against me by members of this committee after I left, and maybe they were afraid to face me while I was here, but I'm here now and I'm going to face you. Just to be clear, if you have this job, you should know that any subpoena from another Congress is invalid in the next Congress. It dies with the last Congress. That's minimum information that you should know if you're going to serve in Congress. So just let me inform you of that if you didn't know that. Regarding the so-called subpoena, it is unjust and it is immoral to get a group of your friends together who have a predetermined outcome, put them together in a room, and then use the power of the federal government to prevail on your political enemies. The subpoena that was served to me or my counsel was not valid because there was no valid committee serving it. I did not violate any law, and I reject the claims or the averance that I did. The Democrat Party sought to
by use of the awesome and just the grand power of the federal government to destroy my reputation as a person who was not charged with anything, was not accused of anything, was not the target of investigation. You wish to dirty me up and bankrupt me so you could get rid of me. It is outrageous, and I have not mentioned that at all, but since you brought it up, I felt it was appropriate at this time to clear my good name. And as the years have gone by, more information has come out to prove what I just said was absolutely accurate. What happened during that period of time when you were in the majority was you set up a star chamber with predetermined outcomes and then sought to destroy in any way possible your political enemies by fashioning lies and then repeating them over and over again, which you do to this day, which you do to this moment. Now, when I spoke earlier, I didn't mention the subpoena. I mentioned the truth, and that's what this committee should be all about, wherever it comes from and whoever it touches. And I believe that to my soul, which is why I have been on this bandwagon long before you have ever been on it, and much more than you have ever done. Much more than you have ever done, legitimately and sincerely. So I thank the chairman for allowing me this opportunity to set the record straight. And hopefully, that won't happen in the future. Now, regarding the Clintons, as you know, I offered the amendment, the resolution, to bring everybody in, attorneys general from both sides of the aisle. But with the Clintons in particular, because of their particular knowledge of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and his exploits with underage women. It is horrific. As a father of two young daughters, I would just say that the perpetrators of whatever happened ought to be thankful that their fathers don't know about it. But I sure hope that they do know soon. And I sure hope that there is justice for all the victims and that we don't seek to destroy the lives of those uninvolved for political purposes, which is what, quite honestly, this whole theater, this whole charade has been about. This should have been easy. Is Mr. Clinton an American citizen? We appreciate that he was the president, but according to his wife, he's not above the law, and neither is she. This is a lawful subpoena with plenty of time. The committee has been, and the chairman has been more than generous trying to work it out. But it's pretty obvious to anybody with eyes in their head that the Clintons feel like they're above the law and they're going to get special treatment, as Secretary Clinton did the last time she was subpoenaed. I'll remind everybody that she worked out a deal to come in with her so-called attorney, but was her aide behind closed doors on a Saturday without any transcript. That's where we're headed. I'll yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Colorado if she wants it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just think that all of this is rich. I mean, we have every Democrat here just with their typical talking points, claiming they want to hold the Clintons accountable and hear from them. So I think it's time we move on and get to the actual point of this. We had the Clintons defy a lawful subpoena, and that is what we are here to discuss. But Democrats want to bring up anything but that. And if this continues, I'm going to call the question. So continue with your Clintons and how you are going to protect them or defend them, or I'm going to call the question, we're going to have the vote and end all of this nonsense rhetoric that's going on. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry's next on the list, I think. No? Okay. Frost, who's next? I just go by what the ranking member wants. So who's next?
Mr. Frost.
Frost from Florida.
I just want to speak in support of this amendment that has been put forth by Representative Lee. Look, at the end of the day, the United States Congress voted damn near unanimously. One member of Congress voted against releasing the Epstein files, happens to be a Republican on this committee, but damn near unanimously we said we want the files. Months before that, in the subcommittee, in a subcommittee on this committee, we said we issued a subpoena for the files as well. They have failed to comply with the law, not just on one law that we passed, but also on a lawful subpoena that this committee put forth. And so I just want to speak in support of Representative Lee's motion here, an amendment here, because we have to go at this everywhere. We want to hear from everyone. We want to hear from former president. We want to hear from anyone who's implicated. We want to hear from anyone who has information that might help us get justice for the victims. But it is obvious that my Republican colleagues are doing anything they can to play defense for the administration. 1% of documents is unacceptable. 1% of documents is unacceptable when you've had months and months and months since June or July of last year to produce these documents when we sent a lawful subpoena to the Department of Justice. 1% of documents is unacceptable for a bill passed by the United States Congress that they are in violation of. They're breaking the law right now as we speak. And all we're asking for is accountability here for everyone. And so this amendment, I think, is very simple. I know the chairman keeps bringing up the fact that Pam Bondi is going to come to the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee is not the committee that is leading the investigation on this. We are, the Oversight Committee. And so she can go over to the Judiciary Committee all she wants, like she, by the way, is supposed to, like every other attorney general has in the history of this country. He shows up before the Judiciary Committee at least once a year or once a Congress to talk about a lot of different business. But we have a very specific thing we need to talk with her about. And it is talking with her about the fact that she is breaking the law and that the administration is obviously slow rolling, putting forth the Epstein files. And I do not buy this thing that, oh, well, they're taking their time to redact it and this and that. We all know that's a load of BS. We all know that that is a talking point that perhaps the administration gave some of my colleagues that they are just repeating over and over and over again. But when you have the entire Department of Justice or a lot of people working on this, you should be able to produce documents in a much faster way. And the law was clear. And by the way, it's the law that we all voted on. So if you thought that the timetable was unfair, you should have voted no. But you voted yes. We all voted yes, except one. And so I think this is a very sensible amendment that everyone should vote yes on. Because it is important that we have accountability across the board, no matter who you are. I will yield. Do you want my time, ranking member? I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Frost. Just to conclude, we obviously have and support Representative Lee's amendment. We think it's important. It's important to get Pam Bondi to actually produce the files. And it's certainly important to move this debate forward. And so I just, again, want to reiterate and reinforce our support as we wrap up this debate on this amendment. And so thank you, Mr. Coomer.
Thank you. We have one more speaking request on our side, and that's Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And turns out, apparently, I was mentioned as well. When I was conducting that hearing that on Minnesota fraud and other fraud that the Democrats were so interested in that only 2 of them bothered to show up. That was interesting. Well, so let's talk about the illicit subpoenas, because I think some of my colleagues may not remember this, but the resolution that we all passed, that passed out of here to install the J6 committee, gave to then Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy specific authority to name the members from the Republican side that would sit on the J6 committee. So he named them. But Speaker Pelosi didn't like those guys. So she said, no, they can't be on the committee. So she booted them and replaced them with people that she felt would be more amenable to accomplish the desired political outcome that she wanted the J6 committee to have. And that was, so she put 2 individuals, you will remember Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on there, having removed, and no other Republicans were on there. And so not only did she violate the resolution, but the resolution all called for a certain number to be on there, and there were not that number. So the committee itself was illicit. It was not a standing committee like this is, where you have jurisdictional authorities. That committee, by that point, was no longer a committee. It was an effort to railroad people, including myself. And things have been said about me repeatedly that have been debunked. Everything's been debunked that was said about me. But here we have it today, and Mr. Perry was right. This was designed to go after certain specific people. I'm still not quite sure why I was one, but I was one. And bringing it up today is actually kind of an abhorrent tactic, because it was an illicit committee, didn't have authority to issue an illicit subpoena, whereas this committee issued a legitimate subpoena. Not only did it provide the subpoena, but it actually worked for months trying to get the Clintons and accommodate their schedule, including continuing this at least once so the Clintons would find it more convenient to come and respond to the deposition. Leaving all other deflection aside, if you really want the Clintons to come in and answer these questions, then this would be the appropriate time to vote to hold them in contempt. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
If I might,
go ahead.
So that we know exactly what we're doing here, because this has gone way off of where we started with Ms. Lee's amendment. So that members of the committee know, this resolves itself that the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform shall initiate judicial proceedings in any federal court of competent jurisdiction on behalf of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to seek declaratory judgments affirming the duty of Patricia or Pamela J. Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, to comply with the subpoena duly issued to her by the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform as a part of investigating and the investigation into federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking law generally and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. How we vote on this will be very telling. I support this amendment. I would urge other members of the committee to do so also, if we are serious about
of our powers and of the rule of law. And if you look at the precedent of how Congress has operated, we have three inherent powers when it comes to contempt. Inherent contempt, civil enforcement, and criminal contempt. Now, since we initiated criminal contempt back in the 1930s, we have rarely, if ever, used criminal contempt, as a charge, and we have almost never leapt from civil enforcement to criminal contempt. The decision here to go from civil enforcement and to ignore that step, jumping to criminal contempt, is, in my view, a gross imposition, a gross abuse of power on our part. It is also counterproductive because if we launch criminal contempt proceedings, I think my colleague Mr. Biggs pointed out that we want the Clintons to testify. If we launch criminal contempt proceedings, we will not hear from the Clintons. That is a fact. They will be tied up in court. We have no guarantee that they will ever testify before this committee. Civil enforcement will achieve the goal we want of getting the Clintons out here before this committee. Now, I just think this is problematic. We talked earlier, Mr. Comer, and I still have not heard you to this point in time say anything about the Clintons defying the subpoena. I've heard you say obfuscate, delay, drag their feet. We've had 5 months. But at no point in time did they say we're not complying with the subpoena. And to me, civil enforcement is an appropriate intermediate step. It makes sense because it allows a court to step in, secure compliance with the committee's subpoena in a nonpartisan, orderly way that follows the rule of law. Court would be empowered to impose fines and actual imprisonment if the individual or entity refuses to comply with us. If we break from precedent, this is going to start potentially a chain reaction of partisan warfare with criminal charges. That is not a road I believe we want to go down in this committee or in this Congress. I think civil contempt will achieve our goals, and it will do so in a way that is consistent with the rule of law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself for a few minutes. The committee's consulted with the House Office of General Counsel as well as committee counsel, who have expressed significant concern with shifting from criminal contempt to civil contempt because it would likely result in extended litigation that would go beyond this term. As Mr. Perry said, a subpoena is only good for a congressional term. He is already 5 months past his subpoena. The Clintons have lawyered up. There's no question in my mind that if we do this, they will ride this out and hope that the House flips and that you all are in control and you all just let them get by without answering any questions, which I think is terrible. So I cannot support this amendment. I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amend motion. I just want to reiterate something I think all oversight Dems have said today, is that we all want to hear from President Clinton. We all want questions answered from President Clinton. I don't think one member of this committee has stated anything differently. And this amendment is a way for us to secure compliance without immediately moving to criminal contempt while they have been trying to negotiate answering our questions. We can continue to let the legal process play out. Both the integrity of our investigation as a whole is critical as we move forward. This is an opportunity for us to get our questions answered from President Clinton. We will do that without empowering a Department of Justice that, quite frankly, has been corrupt and untrustworthy for many, many months. We should continue to negotiate and work through an established process. Clearly, there's interest to negotiate from the Clinton side. Let's hear from President Clinton. Let's support this motion. I yield back.
If I may, and with all due respect, if you want to hear from President Clinton, have him come in for the deposition. They've had 5 months to do that. For whatever reason, you've been unsuccessful. There's 2 more weeks before this will be voted on for the full House. We will hear from Bondi in between, and we will go from there. We expect to hear from Bill Clinton. He's not above the law. Mr. Walker-Charles, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points. One, it seems to me like we made some progress in the negotiation to talk to President Clinton here today. You have acknowledged you and your team are no longer going to demand to be able to ask questions not related to Epstein. The Clintons have agreed to transcription of that conversation. So you could go to New York and talk to President Clinton on the date that you all set. That's ready to go. We've heard from Ms. Luna that it would be a bad look for you and the ranking member to have to drive to New York. They got airports there. You all could take a flight and go to New York and have the conversation. That would move our investigation forward. I'm supporting Mr. Menn's amendment and the nature of a substitute, and I'll share. I was a staff member for a member of this committee for more than a decade throughout the Obama administration, multiple chairmen of the committee, and time after time after time, Republicans who chaired the committee, Democrats who chaired the committee, negotiated with members of the administration or private individuals who they wanted to have come before the committee, negotiated the terms. Not once did I see this kind of leap to criminal contempt. It is not consistent with the way that this committee has operated. It is not necessary. Mr. Min's amendment, or you and the ranking member going to New York and having the transcribed under oath conversation with President Clinton would move our investigation forward. Either of those are better options than pursuing criminal contempt, which would not get us a conversation with President Clinton, would not move our investigation forward, and would not get the survivors the transparency that they're demanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Mr. Walker, to reply to that, one reason that your counteroffers today don't hold a lot of weight with me is the fact that we never demanded to their attorneys that we ask questions outside the realm of the Epstein investigation. That was never a thing. They have just made that up. So their dishonesty, we've already admitted one lie when they said this wasn't a lawful subpoena. That was in the letter from Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to me. They said this is not a lawful subpoena. It is a lawful subpoena. Does anybody disagree with that? It is a lawful subpoena. So, number two, we've never asked to ask questions outside of this. And I'll give you
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
I got it, thanks.
By phone that they have offered by email, and they have offered in a written letter from both themselves and the attorneys to meet with you on the record with the staff to give sworn statements. Is that correct?
We have
Just- it's
negotiated
just
for
yes
5
or
months.
no.
You all
Have they?
are trying to create a false narrative. You've had 5 months. You should have gotten to the Clintons before the contempt vote.
All I'm asking you is if that's true.
And if they weren't losing public opinion, Ms. Stainsbury, they would be defying this now. That's the only reason there's negotiations at the last minute.
But Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking
They don't get
if
to make
those
the
are
rules. We
facts.
make the rules. The chairman of the committee, we make the rules.
But Mr. Chairman, is that the fact? That's all I'm asking. Is that factual? Just to be clear for the public, his staff are advising the chairman to not answer that question. Okay.
No, the staff said they couldn't understand what the hell you were saying because you've blabbered for 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let me say it again. Is it true that the Clintons and their attorneys have had multiple conversations with you via phone, via email, and via written correspondence offering to give sworn statements on the record to you and the staff? Just a yes or no.
The Clintons said that we could take notes, Mr. Garcia and I.
But
The committee would like to ask questions as
Are
well.
you not in receipt of a letter postmarked from their attorneys yesterday saying that they would give sworn statements under oath?
Sworn, that's not a record.
You're not in possession of the letter that their attorneys sent yesterday to the entire committee.
What their letter is stating isn't what you're stating.
Okay, well, I'm not going to read the letter. We'll make sure it's available to the public.
Although I'm sure
But
they'll
in
make
any
sure
case-
anything's available to the public. The problem is they've not been truthful, and
But Mr. Chairman, the legal standard for contempt is non-cooperation. And so my question to you is, are you making reasonable accommodations? Are you cooperating? Are you in correspondence with them? And this is in direct relation to the motion that was made now for an amendment that essentially would use our civil compliance code in order to get full compliance from the committee. And you're saying you're opposed to it because they haven't complied. But I have not heard you lay out the case for compliance. So why would you oppose civil compliance?
Ms. Stainsbury, we've been negotiating for 5 months. In the meantime, every other
But that's
person
not
has
the legal
complied with the
standard
subpoena
for
that
the
we've
court.
dealt with.
That's not the legal standard for the court, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Well, I see we have a lot of armchair lawyers here. I am not one. But Mr. Min, I do support your amendment. And I think that while the chairman refused to answer questions on the record, I think we established that there has been ongoing correspondence and that it does not meet the standard.
Ms. Simons recognized.
I would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to clarify 2 things. The first is in the comments, I know, Mr. Chairman, you had just discussed about not going beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation with questions. To be clear, though, during the Bill Barr, that you were not interested in, during the Bill Barr deposition, you did go beyond the scope of the Epstein questions. You asked questions about Russia and a bunch of other things. And so that has been that testimony was public. That has been a pattern that has been in the public realm. And so the reason the Clintons have pushed back on that is because you actually have gone beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation in depositions on this investigation with folks you have subpoenaed. I just want to be clear about that, because you just mentioned that right now in your comments. And the second thing I want to say, just to Ms. Stansbury's point, to reiterate, is regardless of when it was done, it's false to say that the Clintons haven't agreed to a transcript of the deposition. They have agreed to a transcript. They've done it and they've reiterated that position in an email that they sent today. It's a position they've made before.
Today.
To position, sir, I mean, obviously, to position that they've made before to your team. It's a position that they have made a few days ago. They've publicly said it in the press. In fact, it was covered, I think, today or yesterday in an article in the New York Times. And they again reiterated it during this testimony when you said that not agreed to. They've clarified their position. They are willing for it to be transcribed. I just want to clarify that.
Chair recognizes who's next.
I still have time.
Okay, go
If that's okay, Chair, I would like to use the remainder of my time and yield it to Representative Min.
Thank you, Rep. Simon. I just want to add a couple points here. First, I just want to note something that I think has been a little bit conflated today. This vote today on the contempt proceeding is not about whether Bill and Hillary Clinton were involved with the Epstein sex trafficking ring. If either or both of them were involved, they deserve to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The survivors deserve justice. But the vote that we are about to take later today is about whether the Clintons' actions in negotiating through their lawyers on the particulars of how, when, and where they might appear before this committee, whether that constitutes a willful defiance, and that is the legal standard, a willful default of the subpoena issued to them. And again, I want to point out that Chair Comer has repeatedly talked about negotiating for 5 months, delaying and trying to run out the clock. I do not believe that that is willful defiance of the subpoena. That's not just my opinion. It's the opinion of every serious lawyer in this space that I've talked to that actually knows this area of the law. I think we are going far afield here and going straight to criminal contempt. I would also just point out and rebut what the chair said about criminal contempt leading to the Clintons testifying here. If we issue criminal contempt proceedings, I don't know if you've followed how courts work. A civil enforcement of a subpoena can take place very quickly. Criminal trials will take a very long time, months if not years. That will definitely run out the clock. We will never hear from the Clintons before this committee. And so I would urge you all to consider this amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, because it will actually allow us to hear from the Clintons, maybe get the answers we want from them. And particularly since, Chair Comer, you've repeatedly said there is no basis in your mind. The committee is not accusing them of any wrongdoing. We're just simply seeking answers. If we want answers, if we want more information to get to the bottom of what happened with Epstein and this horrific child sex trafficking ring, we should be looking to civil contempt, civil enforcement, because that will actually get them before us, not criminal. With that, I yield back to Chair Rep. Simon.
I would like to yield my time to Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry says no. I would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
I think we've made our case. I think that we support the Min amendment. It's the right way to go, and civil contempt is the right next action if we're going to go in this route. Thank you.
I'd like to yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Chair yields back. We did called votes. Mr. Biggs wants to be recognized, and I think we're going to vote on the Min amendment.
Yeah, I'll be pretty quick. So when you take into the correct legal standard, and you talk about willful and defiance, so you have a culpable mental state and you have the act. Mm-hmm. The act took place here when they didn't show up. That's the defiance. They didn't show up. Now the question is, was it willful? Well, the other piece of evidence you have that it was willful is they sent a little note saying, this is all we're going to say. This is what happened here. And that's the evidence. It was willful. They knew about the subpoena because they negotiated with you. You even moved the time for them. They chose not to come. When you reissued the date, you gave them the date that ostensibly was going to be more convenient. They continued to say they were going to come, and then at the last minute they slipped a note in saying, this is what I'm going to say. I'm not saying anything more. That's the culpable mental state. You've got willful defiance. Thus, contempt is appropriate. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Very good. The question is now on the Min amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote is ordered. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will plan to convene immediately after the first vote series. With that, the committee stands in recess.
We are continuing to monitor all of the developments and live events from Davos, Switzerland, where world leaders, including President Trump, are meeting for the World Economic Forum. President Trump first addressing the forum this morning as international security continues to be a major focus at this forum. You see some file footage of Greenland. That also is a major issue. Now, when President Trump spoke earlier today in Davos, he did have a lot to say about the desire for the U.S. to purchase and acquire Greenland. President Trump adding that while the U.S. needs Greenland for national and international security, he did explain that he would not use force to take over Greenland after previously saying military intervention was on the table. My colleague Josh Breslow spoke earlier today with Tommy Pigott, the State Department spokesman, about that, as well as other international topics like Venezuela, Iran, and Trump's Board of Peace.
And Tommy Pigott, the principal deputy spokesperson for the U.S. State Department, joining us now to discuss a variety of issues. Tommy, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
And the first thing I want to talk about is a topic that so many people are discussing right now, and that's, of course, Greenland. And we heard from President Trump a short time ago there in Davos over in Switzerland that essentially the U.S. is not going to use force, quote unquote, to take Greenland. So my question for you, is that his way of saying that any kind of military intervention has been ruled out?
Well, look, the president's words speak for themselves. What I can say is he's made an incredibly compelling case for why the United States needs to own Greenland, because of the modern threats that we face in the Arctic. And as he just said in Davos, this will be beneficial to Greenlanders, beneficial to the NATO alliance, and beneficial to the United States of America. He also made the important point that it is up to each NATO partner to defend their territory as part of that alliance. And the United States is the only NATO partner that can defend Greenland from the encroachment that we are seeing from our adversaries. So the president continues to make this compelling case of why the United States needs to own Greenland for the security of Greenlanders, of NATO, and the United States.
And for people who don't fully understand, you just touched on it there, but explain to me why President Trump and the U.S. have said this is not really a case of, you know, we can go without Greenland, we have to get it.
Well, the strategic location of Greenland is key. The president discussing this at Davos. It's a location between China, Russia, the United States. The fact that we've seen encroachment from our adversaries, the new and modern threats we face from modern weaponry make this such an important thing as well. And fundamentally, like I said, it is up to each NATO partner to defend its territory. And the United States is the only NATO partner with the capabilities to defend Greenland. So this, again, is about that stronger NATO alliance, and also is in the context of the 5% spending commitment of GDP that the president got our NATO allies to commit to, which is about that burden sharing, again, to revitalize that NATO alliance. So President Trump making that really compelling case to say the United States needs to own Greenland for the security of the United States and to make the NATO alliance stronger.
One thing that President Trump mentioned is that he does want to have, quote unquote, immediate conversations, meetings there while he's in Davos about Greenland. What does he hope can maybe come from those meetings?
Well, his objective is very clear, the ability of the United States to acquire Greenland. You know, I don't think he's setting expectations of what may come out of these meetings specifically. But that's the overarching goal here, and obviously having conversations and engagement is part of achieving that goal. So we've seen the president not be afraid to have these hard conversations about our security. And the people to have those hard conversations with about our security are our security partners. Those are the proper people to have it with. So you see the president engaging on this, having these conversations, continuing to have that with the clear stated goal of the United States owning Greenland.
And I do want to talk a little bit about Venezuela as well. That's been a hot topic, of course, since the capture of Nicolas Maduro just weeks ago here. Delcy Rodriguez is currently the interim president there in Venezuela. Any word on whether she will be traveling to the U.S. here anytime soon?
Well, nothing to preview at this time specifically, but what I can say is that the constructive conversations between the United States and the interim authorities in Venezuela has been very constructive. I mean, you see that from the president, the secretary describing their conversations. What we're focused on here are the national interests of the United States. The secretary outlining a 3-phase plan for Venezuela. The first phase being stability. The second being recovery, where you might see investment from Western oil companies, for example, in the oil reserves in Venezuela. And the third being that transition to a longer-term situation in Venezuela. It's possible you might see those phases overlap, but that's a general roadmap of what we're looking at here. And we're addressing those key national interests the president has outlined. The flow of deadly drugs into our country, the flow of criminals into our country, and wanting to see the oil revenue used in a way that benefits the people of Venezuela and the United States, not used to benefit a corrupt, illegitimate regime like we saw under Maduro.
What about Maria Corina Machado? Any role that the president sees in her having there in Venezuela?
Well, we've seen those constructive conversations across the board. The president, of course, talking about his recent meeting. Ultimately, we're still addressing these national interests. We're not talking about phase 3 right now. What we're talking about is addressing the national interests of the United States, seeing those oil revenues used in a way that could lead to those phase 2 and phase 3 that I just outlined. So we'll see where this goes. I'm not going to preview or predict the future, but ultimately we're focused on the national interests of the United States.
And moving on to another hot topic here is Iran. We, of course, know just weeks ago there was a lot of conversation about whether there would be any kind of military intervention there as the unrest and the protests do continue. Of course, we've seen them kind of die down over the last week or so. Has President Trump ruled out any kind of strike, any military operation there in Iran?
Well, President Trump retains his options. He's monitoring the situation incredibly closely. The president has also discussed the fact that we were going to see hundreds of executions that did not happen. And so the president is monitoring the situation very closely, retains his options. And I think the important context of this is the maximum pressure campaign that President Trump put in place the day he came back into office. That maximum pressure campaign to deny the Iranian regime the revenue that they need to fund their malicious activities. The Iranian regime, instead of focusing on water, energy, and food, wasted their vast wealth on funding terrorist proxies, on a nuclear weapons program that was obliterated by the president. We have a maximum pressure policy in place to make sure the regime does not have the revenues it needs to fund those terrorist proxies, to develop that nuclear weapons program. We're continuing that maximum pressure policy.
What is the State Department currently advising American citizens who are there in Iran as all of this is still kind of happening here? What are they advising for U.S. citizens there?
Well, we have a do not travel warning on Iran, a level 4. For more information specifically, I would encourage people to go to our website if able. But ultimately, it's to be safe to leave if they're able to do so, when it is safe to do so, and to, above all, not travel to Iran if they're not in Iran currently.
And my last topic here that I want to touch on is President Trump's Board of Peace. That's been another topic of discussion. And I wanted to ask you, when you look at the Board of Peace as a whole, obviously it's all in the early stages, but is this just about Gaza or is there more to it?
Well, we'll see how this goes. Ultimately, this is a board that is perfectly named because its goal is to establish peace. And obviously, it came out of that ceasefire arrangement that saw the release of hostages, saw assistance being able to go into Gaza in a way where it was not looted by Hamas. That is a credit to the leadership of this president, a president who has brought together an unprecedented global coalition to do what many thought was impossible. And this Board of Peace is part of that effort to lead to that longer term and prosperity that the president has talked about. But of course, we've also seen the president engaged in finding peace across the world. 8 peace deals that the president has helped to bring about in just a year. The president is a peacemaker. The president wants to see peace, and the president should be credited for the leadership he has shown in bringing peace about.
All right, Tommy Pigott, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and helping to discuss a variety of topics. Anything you want to add about anything before I let you go?
Well, I think an important point here is also border security and the efforts that we've taken to combat narco-terrorists across our region. That includes designations against narco-terrorists in our region to open up tools to combat them. That includes efforts to make sure that we're working with countries across our region to stop the flow of this deadly trade, and also includes precursor agreements to address the precursors of fentanyl, something the president is taking incredibly seriously. But there's more work to do. We've had great strides. We're going to continue to do the work.
All right. Tommy Pigott there with the State Department. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
And our thanks to Josh Breslow for that interview with State Department spokesperson Tommy Pigott. He was saying that President Trump's singular focus as he attends the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, is to discuss the acquisition of Greenland. We have been hearing from President Trump throughout the day, and any other live remarks from the president, we, of course, will bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we're going to step away for a moment. we are continuing to follow some breaking news out of Los Angeles, California, as you're taking a live look at the scene of a shooting involving DHS agents. We now know that one agent was injured after this shooting in Los Angeles, California, although right now it is unclear as to exactly the extent of those injuries and how that agent was injured. So this is a live look from our Fox 11 LA helicopter. As you can see, continued heavy agent and law enforcement presence here on what appears to be a relatively residential street, although we do see perhaps some commercial buildings, but we also see a large crowd continuing to gather. Now, as we have previously seen, as the helicopter has zoomed in, which it is doing now, we do see some crime scene tape around the perimeter of where this shooting was involved. But this is the very latest information that we know, as we do see many agents with their vehicles here continuing to investigate after this shooting. And I don't know if you were able to see from that very brief look, but there did seem to be some tire marks as well as a car involved that was on the side of that road right here. So this is what we know. We do know that an investigation is underway into a shooting involving federal agents during an immigration enforcement operation in Los Angeles County. All of this happening at around 7:20 a.m. local time near Mona Boulevard and 126th Street in the Willowbrook area, if you're familiar with that. So this is the live look of the scene, and you do see what appear to be maybe some tire marks or a vehicle now with one of the doors open. And we have seen the camera continuing to zoom into that car. We do know that a white car was somehow involved. Agents of the Department of Homeland Security were conducting a targeted operation involving the pursuit of a vehicle that ended up crashing. So it does look like perhaps that is the vehicle that they continue to focus in on. We also know that when agents approached the car to detain the suspects, shots were fired. That's according to authorities with Fox 11 LA's reporting. Sky Fox continues to be over this scene. They did zoom in on a white car, and we have seen that time and time again. The car right there, perhaps the focus of this investigation, the car that crashed. But it was found with a broken windshield, front end damage, and deployed airbags, perhaps a collision taking place. And that is a look at the crowds continuing to gather around the perimeter of this crime scene. We also see law enforcement talking and just making sure that peace is maintained. We also see a very heavy police presence right there and media presence. Sheriff's deputies, along with the California Highway Patrol, blocked these roads previously. That scene, though, cleared by 9 a.m. According to Fox 11 LA, all suspects are currently in custody. Now, while federal involvement has been confirmed, authorities have not yet released the specific details of what led to the shooting or how many rounds were fired. It also remains unclear if the suspects were armed or if the damage to that white car was the result of the enforcement tactic. Federal agencies have not yet identified the suspects or the specific nature of the immigration charges they are facing. So what happens next, you might be wondering? Well, the investigation has been handed over to federal authorities. They're going to be the ones who will conduct an internal review of the discharge of service weapons, and further details are expected to be released by the Department of Homeland Security. So we do see agents continuing to maintain their presence here on this street as the investigation continues to unfold. We also see a number of individuals speaking as well. So we have not yet heard as to whether there will be an update as to when there might be an update, but we do know that the Department of Homeland Security will be the agency that will be releasing further details. And of course, any new updates, we will bring them to you. But this is a live look here from Los Angeles County, where we know, according to Fox 11 LA, a DHS agent was injured after a shooting in Los Angeles, California, after they were in pursuit of a vehicle. All of the suspects have been apprehended, although they have not yet been identified. And we do see this police vehicle just very slowly making its way, navigating through the crowds that have continued to gather here at this area as they are working to maintain peace. We've been bringing you some of these live looks from around the country where some of these individuals around these ICE operations and facilities have become very tense and at times, sometimes even violent. This one does not look like it is the case for now as we continue to monitor this live look. And of course, any new information, we of course will bring it to you. Meantime, we are also continuing to follow some additional news and looking ahead. Coming up in just about 15 minutes or so, we are expecting an update from NASA to hear from, for the very first time, the NASA astronauts who were on the mission cut short by a medical issue. So that is set to get underway at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time. After 167 days in space, we're going to be hearing from the crew members of NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission. They will be speaking at the Johnson Space Center in Houston to talk about their expedition aboard the ISS. Now, for the very first time after spending 5 months in space, the astronauts did have to cut their mission short. This is the very first time NASA has cut short an ISS mission because of a medical concern. And out of an abundance of caution, they brought the entire crew home early for an evaluation after one member who has not yet been identified developed a serious but stable health issue. So at this time, we do not know which astronaut had that medical concern and what that medical issue was. But for the very first time, we will be hearing from all of the astronauts after their mission on board the ISS was cut short. So that is scheduled to get underway in just about 15 minutes, and we'll be bringing that to you once it happens. A very busy day here on Live Now from Fox as we have been hearing from President Trump in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. We're continuing to monitor all of these live feeds. So as soon as we see a new event with President Trump pop up, we're going to head right to it. In the meantime,
Hello and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer today. Thanks so much for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and of course on Fox 35 TV. All right, we have a jam-packed show for you today. Coming up here on Florida Live, we are getting ready to hear from NASA's Crew 11 astronauts after returning to Earth early from ISS. The crew's expected to hold a news conference in about 15 minutes or so. We're keeping a close eye on that for you. Plus, Florida Democrats are calling on Governor Ron DeSantis to restore funding for life-saving HIV and AIDS medication. But the Tampa Bay Rays, they're one step closer to a new stadium right across the street from Raymond James. Last night, Hillsborough Community College unanimously approved a memorandum of understanding. So that basically gives them and the Rays 6 months to find a deal to rebuild the campus into the Rays' dream home, if you will. Fox 35 Tampa's Evan Axelbank, who has been following this story closely, joins me now. Hi there, Evan. How are you?
Yeah, hey, Marlisa. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. So this isn't the first time the Rays have come close to a new stadium deal. A lot of people have had high hopes and dreams. They've been shut down. They've been dreaming again. Fill us in on the latest here.
Well, they've made deals. It's not just that they've come close to them. They had a deal in St. Pete for a new stadium, but then Tropicana Field, the roof got blown off of it. And once the roof came off, the city had to go in, the city and the county both had to delay certain votes because it was obviously a huge mess here on the west coast of Florida with just the amount of storm recovery that had to be done. And so the Rays also said that their costs were going up, and so they had to back out of the deal that they made with the city of St. Pete and with Pinellas County to build a new stadium at the current site, Tropicana Field. Now they're going to try to make a deal in Hillsborough County at HCC, or what is known now as Hillsborough College. And it must be said that while they have taken a step forward on doing that, they certainly have agreed in principle to at least start working out what the site plan is going to look like and how many acres are going to be used and what would be on that site. The big question remains the funding, Marlisa. How much are city and county taxpayers going to foot the bill for this? How much are the Rays going to put forward? And what timeline is this all going to be on? How quickly can they get this done?
Yeah, any idea about how much this would cost, let alone, who's funding what part of it? How much are we talking here?
Yeah, well, you're getting at the heart of it there. We asked very clearly yesterday, how much are you willing to put forward, meaning the Rays? How much are you going to ask for from the public? And neither question was answered. Right now, the Rays and the various county and city leaders are going to try to come to an agreement on what pots of money there are, how much those pots of money are each going to have, and then how much the Rays themselves would put forward. Some people are projecting that this could cost more than $1 billion just from one side of it. And then does that mean that the public would be asked for $1 billion? So what's that split going to look like? What pots of money are there? Is it going to come from the general fund? Is it going to come from community redevelopment agencies? Is it going to come from bed taxes, tourist taxes, gas taxes, user fees on the site itself? We just don't know yet what their funding plan looks like. They have 180 days, 6 months to get a deal together. The hope is that they're going to move quickly because they want to have a ballpark in place by the beginning of 2029, by the beginning of the baseball season in 2029. And right now, while they seem to have an idea of what they want to do, they don't yet have the details spelled out of how they're going to do it.
I mean, it sounds like we have time, right? But honestly, 2029 is going to be here before we know it. Evan, while we're on the topic of dollars and cents, the team says that this is going to bring billions of dollars to Tampa. So talk to me a little bit about that and the thousands of permanent jobs that they're saying that this could create for people living in the Tampa area.
Well, that's the argument, right? Whenever you build something like this, whenever there's an ask from the public, they're always going to talk about jobs and how much economic development they can bring to the region. They're talking about a multi-billion-dollar development with at least 12,000 jobs, but then you also have temporary jobs. You also have HCC, which is going to be on that site. How many jobs are their students going to have access to? That's one big part of this, is that it's going to be kind of an incubator where HCC students would be able to work at the site itself after it's constructed. So there's a lot of hope that that this can be an economic driver, that this can offer the college a way to completely redo its facilities and also to have a long-lasting impact on the types of jobs that are available to young people in this region. The plan is to have hotels, the plan is to have offices, the plan is to have restaurants and bars and all the other things that we see around ballparks. And the hope is that students and younger people can have access to some of those jobs. The question is, of course, whether it's going to be high paying, whether they're going to be sustainable jobs, whether people are going to be able to live in the area, who can afford to live in the area, and then also work there at a salary that's reasonable for them.
Okay, gotcha. That's a really good point to make. And while you're speaking about the college there, this deal would actually come along with a massive upgrade to that college. So what are the people saying there in town? Do they think that this is something that's necessary, that they've been long waiting for?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Hillsborough College, but the buildings are not necessarily new buildings. They're going to, the college president yesterday joked that they're going to be able to get finally new elevators because the facilities are badly in need of being upgraded. It appears that this is going to be a full knockdown of everything on that site. They'll have to build temporary facilities, and then they will build you see one of the pictures there, then they will build towers that would essentially go from housing HCC on a large campus and allow them to host it on kind of a vertical situation with what they call 600,000 square feet of learning space and places for their students and for their faculty and all the rest. So, right now, look, there are lots of questions. The main question is how much it's going to cost, but Hillsborough College does see this as an enormous opportunity for them to redo their campus, to bring it into the modern day. And even, as I said, the college president himself said, we do need this. We do need to upgrade things. Think of the cooperation, the collaboration that can occur between the Rays and the companies that are going to be there, and also the students.
Yeah, very interesting and good point to make there for the college. So it seems like Governor Ron DeSantis wants the Rays to stay here in Florida. It's no secret about that. So who are the other big players in getting this maybe across the finish line before 2029 gets here?
Well, look, I think the governor is important. The governor is someone who has appointed people to the boards that may be in play here, but you're also going to have the city council of Tampa weighing in. You're going to have the county commission of Hillsborough County weighing in. There are going to be public votes, and right now, without the details, it's hard to even ask them on background what they're going to be willing to do. It's pretty clear to me that there are several members on each board who are suspicious of these kinds of investments. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to take taxpayer money and put it towards something like this? Can that return in investment be found in a way that makes those voting for this happy and satisfied that their agreement to spend public money on it, however much it may wind up being, is it going to be worth it? And so those votes are going to be taken in a public fashion, and we'll know, who comes down on which side of this. And it's clear that there are several members on each board who are at a minimum suspicious of these kinds of deals. So you look at the board members, then you look at also the mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor. She clearly says for the right deal, we'll do something like this. Hillsborough County Commission has a member on it that has been pushing for this kind of a deal for a generation now. Ken Hagan, he's been very public about his effort to get the team to stay, not just in Tampa Bay, but to bring them to Hillsborough County and to Tampa. And so those are the key players. I think the governor is going to be important. His influence can't be understated in Florida. Clearly, he has cast himself as kind of a power broker and someone who people are going to look to for leadership. And yesterday, he very clearly said that he thinks for now this is a good deal for the city and the county and the Rays and Hillsborough College to work on. The question again, though, will be how much is it going to be and whose pots of money is it all going to come from?
It always factors down to the bottom line. A lot of moving parts here. Fox 35 reporter Evan Axelbank, you have been on top of this, and we know you're going to stay on top of all the developments for us. Thanks for joining us today on Florida Live.
Yeah, my joy. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. All right, as we head to break, we're going to take a live look over downtown Orlando from our SunTrust camera. Look at that. Folks, it is heating back up here in Central Florida, and I can't be more thrilled about it. Thanks for being with us here this afternoon. Don't you go too far. Florida Live will be right back. Welcome back. Right now, Democratic members of Florida's congressional delegation are holding a news conference calling on Governor Ron DeSantis to reverse cuts to Florida's AIDS drug assistance programs, which they say could stop 50,000 Floridians living with HIV and AIDS from receiving life-saving medicine. We want to go ahead and get you into that live news conference happening right now.
Healthcare costs associated with HIV infection can get up into the hundreds of thousands. While if you have a generic oral PrEP, costs roughly $26 a month. So if $26 a month saves so much suffering and so much cost to our healthcare system. So, so we have not only asking the state to reverse this decision, we've also sent a letter to Health and Human Services here, the Federal Health and Human Services, asking them to investigate and to intervene. Because we know that when people lose access to treatment, viral loads rise, transmission increases, emergency room visits go up, and costs don't disappear, they explode. And Florida has already one of the highest rates of HIV diagnosis in the country. And so we have a lot of very knowledgeable people to talk to you about this today. And again, thank you, everybody on here, and I yield back to you, Dan.
Perfect. Thank you, Congresswoman. Now we'll hear from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for joining us. Thank you especially to my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Frankel, for helping to shine a light on this critical issue. We all know about the destructive Republican healthcare crisis tied to how expired affordable tax credits will impact people's ability to maintain their health coverage. But as my colleague Lois Frankel just pointed out, the ripples of damage are going to be felt much more harshly in some of our most vulnerable communities. And people who count on Florida's AIDS Drug Assistance Program, or ADAP, as it's often called, are among them. This is a lifeline that provides critical financial assistance to low-income Floridians living with HIV and AIDS. It helps ensure that they can afford their prescriptions and their health insurance. And despite its resounding success, now the program is in jeopardy. Last week, Governor DeSantis and his Florida Department of Health tried to quietly dismantle ADAP, thinking it would just go away unnoticed. They did this without seeking any input from the public, and they certainly didn't speak with doctors or patients. Instead, they plowed ahead with a reckless scheme to destroy a critical component of Florida's healthcare safety net. And it's a sketchy plan that raises costs for all Floridians and undermines the Sunshine State's public health. So I'm proud to stand alongside my fellow Florida Democrats in Congress and all the incredible advocates who are fighting this to tell Governor DeSantis this: you got caught, and now you must immediately reverse course. Let's review the facts. With just a month and a half's notice, DeSantis decided to restrict eligibility for ADAP to just 130% of the federal poverty level. That's down dramatically from 400%. And he must have known it would have harsh impacts. Let me tell you, because sometimes people really don't understand what the percentages mean in terms of the impact. That eligibility means a single person earning over only $20,000 would no longer be eligible for financial assistance. Even worse, DeSantis will no longer allow ADAP to cover Biktarvy, which is the most prescribed once daily.
All right, we're going to go ahead and cut out of this press conference happening right now because NASA's Crew 11 astronauts are getting ready to speak for the first time since a medical incident forced them to come back early to Earth from the International Space Station after spending 167 days in space. They're at the Johnson Space Center in Houston to discuss their space expedition and, of course, their experience. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To NASA astronaut and Commander Zena Cardman. Thank you so much. It's great to see everyone here in person, and thank you to all joining us online. We're very happy to be here and happy to be answering your questions after a really amazing mission and a great successful mission. Just to start off, of course, we are back here a little earlier than we were expecting, and just to say it up front, we are not going to be identifying the crew member or talking through the differential or any of the details of the medical situation. Thank you so much for respecting our privacy. What I will say is I'm deeply proud of the way that our crew came together and incredibly grateful for all of our mission control, flight control team our crew on orbit, the team on the ground, our doctors, and the way that NASA and SpaceX came together in a way that minimized risk to the crew, to our spacecraft, and to the ongoing mission of the International Space Station as a whole. We have crew members still on orbit carrying that mission out. We are so proud that we got to be on orbit for the 25th anniversary of continued human presence in space. It's been an incredible mission, and we're here to talk about that mission as a whole. I'll pass it now to Mike Fink, who was the commander of the International Space Station.
Yeah, wow. So here we are back on the most beautiful planet in the solar system. And thanks everyone for taking time out of your days, because we have a really cool story. And so about 7 months ago, we were sitting in these same seats for the pre-flight press conference. And I think Zena said it. She said, "It's not when you fly, it's with whom you fly." And boy, was she right. What a great crew to fly with. And not just us, but we... I'm going to expand here a little bit. We started out with one Sergey, one Alexei, and a Johnny Kim, and then on the Soyuz crew and then we were part of Expedition 73. Then we inherited two Sergeys and a Chris. I don't know what the next flight's going to be like, but there's a progression here. But we really had a great crew across the board. Our part of Expedition 73. And then the crew that's on board as Expedition 74. And it was just really amazing. I salute my crewmates. It was definitely, Zena, you were right again. And it was definitely with whom you fly. I remember every day that we had together on all the amazing things we did. But one thing that when you first said it, Zena, I didn't fully appreciate, it's with whom you fly, right? Our ground control teams, how awesome. We had such the great rapport with all around the world. And it was great every morning and every evening having a chance to share that with the rest of the world. We were getting great science done. We were singing songs to each other. On Christmas, our flight director gave us some really great Christmas songs that were space themed. I mean, this was just a joy to fly, and not just with this great group here, but the whole team around the world. And we shared a lot of amazing things. Some of the things we did with science was amazing. The zero boil-off test comes to mind, or the stem cell research. Being up on board during a government shutdown and still everything keep going. And then the 25th anniversary of continuous human habitation. I was fortunate enough to be there when the space station was tiny. We only went as far as the lab as 2004, so not quite 25 years ago. But and then to come back aboard a space station that is so full with 7 crew members, getting some world-class science done, something amazing happening every day. What a joy to fly! We were getting ready for an EVA, Zena's first. By the way, she's really awesome. It was great to fly with you, Zena. She was a natural when we first got there. Oleg, this was his first mission too. What a natural. They adapted super fast and became incredibly productive crewmates. Kim-Il-sung, thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
He used to thank us every day for our hard work. So finally I get to thank him for his hard work. It was a joy flying with each and every one of you, and we did some amazing things together. So I'm talking a lot, but I just want to say that when we were getting ready for an EVA, something happened. The team came together, and it wasn't just this team, but the whole team, like Zena said, around the world. And we were able to come home safely to our families, back to beautiful planet Earth. Turned into a fireball over San Diego, plasma everywhere. It was beautiful reentry and splashed down. The dolphins came to visit us, and then we were rocked. We weren't allowed to sleep, but we were kind of rocked very carefully by the gentle waves of the Pacific Ocean. And what a neat adventure it was to share with each and every one of you. Station is in good hands with Chris Williams and 2 Sergeys, and we are continuing on. And we got to see our Crew 12 friends that are going to be launching really soon. And they were there when we stepped out of the plane at Ellington, and it was really nice to see them. We were hoping to give them hugs in space, but we gave them hugs on Earth. It all works out. Space station is going super strong. I'm very proud of the space station that we built and what humans can do. But how we handled everything all the way through nominal operations to this unforeseen operations really bodes well for future exploration. We're a well-honed machine here at the Johnson Space Center and around the world. So when we're getting ready for Artemis, I am very optimistic. So, sumimasen. I talked a lot, but go ahead. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Yeah. Gina-san, also Mike-san explained a lot, and I mean, almost nothing to add, but thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about our great experience to everybody. And I'm so grateful. I was the member of this great team. And of course, we came back a little bit early, but we worked very hard, worked together and helped each other and also accomplished a lot. Actually, not only our crew members, but also including ground, and also everybody actually helped us a lot. And I think this is great because I think we showed everybody about international cooperation, importance of the international corporations. And this is kind of like a bright side of humankind, where we can work together and accomplish very good. And also, this is kind of like a good vector to a bright future. So I think we were able to show us like a good example for everybody. And we are going to keep talking about our great experience. And hopefully, people think actually our bright is bright, so bright. If people believe that, actually we can accomplish that. And if we're gonna actually keep working on that, even on the ground, I'm going to keep talking about our great experience. So thank you very much for your support.
Again, we've been listening to NASA's Crew 11 astronauts who are speaking for the first time since being forced to return back to Earth early because one of them experienced some sort of medical incident. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break and we'll come right back into this coverage. Before we head to break, though, let's bump out with a live look at Titusville, a gorgeous view out there on this Wednesday afternoon, looking through our Launch Credit Union camera. Thanks for watching Florida Live. We will be right back. Welcome back to Florida Live. We are taking a live look at NASA's Crew 11, now speaking for the first time since being forced to return to Earth early. They're now addressing questions. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Time critically, we're able to move things around. We still have 3 cargo ships on the USOS side, and I think 2 Progresses on board. So there is still a lot of unpacking and packing to do just for the cargo operations. Not to mention, all of the science and everything else. We left a really capable crew on board. Sergei Kuznetsov is a great commander. Chris Williams came up and with great enthusiasm and willingness to learn. So we're in very good hands. There's going to be a little bit of a difference in schedule, but we're going to be able to accomplish everything we need to do. When Crew 12 arrives, they're going to hit the ground running. But again, we have this down to a really nice system where our mission control teams, our planning teams, the space station program, all kind of take a good pulse and give us as much work as we can do. And we as crews try to deliver, and there's flexibility in the schedule, and that's what keeps the space station going. And there's still some more years left in our beautiful space station.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and go to the phone bridge for a few questions. First up, we have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for taking our calls and questions today. With what happened up there, what type of suggestions would you recommend for future missions? And would each you, if you could you want to go back just to finish the mission the way you were hoping to? Thank you.
I hope to go back to ISS for so many reasons. It's just an incredible experience. And I think even though we had an unexpected timeline, there's so much that we are proud of and so much we did accomplish. Like Mike mentioned, we welcomed so many visiting vehicles. We had every single docking port full at one point while we were up there, which is just absolutely incredible. So we got a lot of research done, a lot of cargo transferred, setting up the space station for really the rest of its incredible career. As far as things we would do differently, I am very proud to say that we were as well prepared as we possibly could be, and that's thanks to a lot of really excellent training that we get on the ground, and just being up there with really excellent operators and people who come together as a team really goes a long way. And that's the crew on orbit as well as our ground support teams.
All right, next up on the phone bridge, we have Jonathan Seri with Fox News.
Thank you so much for doing this, and welcome home. For Zena and Oleg, how did your first space flight live up to expectations? I know you worked hard to prepare, but are there things that you just have to experience firsthand that stood out and surprised you? And for Mike and Kimia, how did your first flight on Dragon compare to the space shuttle?
For me, one of the surprising things was almost how unsurprising it was, if that makes sense. I felt incredibly well prepared thanks to all of the excellent training that we get here at Johnson Space Center, at our international partners, and at SpaceX. Of course, there are some things that you just have to experience for yourself, but for me, those were all a thrill and a joy. I actually enjoyed re-entry even more than launch. It was a lot of fun, and I'm very grateful that I got to experience that with this crew specifically.
I absolutely agree with Zena. Launch and re-entry was super amazing and active time. It was nice. And I was surprised how our Earth, our planet, beautiful, and it's most beautiful when we can see on the picture. I was surprised. It's big difference between picture and real view from Dragon's windows. What I saw first time after ascent, and I think that's all. And I also was surprised how my crew is great.
Shouldn't be big a surprise.
Yeah. Yes. So last flight was like by Soyuz, and this time as a Crew Dragon. I was so surprised actually. Crew Dragon flight was so smooth and very comfortable, and just like future, like a touch panels, like a very, cool future-looking, nice like a suit. Yeah. So I really enjoyed, but just differences. So I really loved actually both experience. So landing on the hard surface, that's also good. A little bit harder landing, but no shaking after landing, that's also good. Softer landing, but after landing, shaking, that's also good. So I really enjoyed. Thank you.
So between flights, from Soyuz and Space Shuttle, I helped worked with the commercial crew program, and I was really glad to fly on Dragon. Of course, Kimiya-san and I were at one time going to be on Starliner. That's still going, but Dragon, wow, all the way from the launch, it was you could feel the Falcon 9 talk to you, and all the way up. It was hard to hear the Falcon 9 though, because I think there were some shouts of joy and giggles and things going on as we were launching and enjoying the experience, and that's such a human thing. And then coming back, Xena, Commander, made a brilliant choice of turning down the lights so we could see the plasma through the windows and orange glow. And I will say that it was the shuttle came in very benignly with its profile, and it was more of a pink glow. Soyuz has an ablative heat shield that really speaks to you with lots of different kind of fireworks, not in a very, very good way. It works great. And then and Dragon was somewhere in between. We hit 5 Gs on the way down, which the guy who flies fighter airplanes in me was like, yeah, this is it, when I could breathe. And then the splashdown was my first splashdown, and it was very nice. Yeah. I like splashdowns. So it would be great to compare notes with the Artemis crew when they have their splashdown, and we can compare splashdowns. And not very many people at the astronaut bar, space bar, right, will be able to compare splashdowns anymore. So this is going to be fun. And what a great crew. Hats off to you, Commander.
All right, next up, we have Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
So fascinating listening to what they have to say upon their return. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. On our way to break, let's take a live look at downtown Orlando, a gorgeous bird's eye view over this Wednesday afternoon in the City Beautiful. We'll be right back with more from the Crew 11 astronauts. Welcome back into Florida Live. We want to return to NASA's Crew 11 astronauts who are speaking for the first time since coming back to Earth early. Let's listen back into this.
What that experience was.
So we had made a promise to ourselves as a crew not to be last minute in getting packed and prepared. Fortunately, we had enough time to make sure that our Dragon was ready to go, and in a few interstitial spaces, we were able to make sure that we had our things packed and ready to go home. And I think because being ready a little bit ahead of time, Zena says, I don't like doing stuff at the last minute. And we all agreed with her. We listened to her. And those are true words of wisdom. So we weren't super rushed, Robert, but it was definitely, we were focusing on the things of making sure we as a crew and our Dragon were ready to go and that we handed over any last minute pearls of wisdom to Chris and to Sergey and Sergey.
Yeah, for the zero-G indicator, forgive me, I won't read you in on the exact inside joke, but it is a shared memory with our SpaceX lead trainer, Paul Weiss, and that whole training team who got us ready for this flight. And Paul was actually also my lead trainer for Crew 9 and that lead up. And so he has been just such a steadfast friend and excellent trainer getting us ready for this space flight. So we really felt like Paul was with us in the capsule, and we very frequently said, let's make Paul proud with our actions and our decisions, and I hope we did. So thanks, Paul.
We will take a quick question from social media. At Dewani2 on Instagram asks, what did you miss most about Earth?
Oh. What's Emilia?
Yeah.
Certainly the people.
You didn't miss me. I was there with you. So what else did you miss?
You were first. I just forgot.
All right, next up we have...
Oh, no. Please. Okay, I'll say what everyone missed. Kimia-san missed hamburgers and french fries. We talked about this.
You are as well, right?
Yes. Well, yes, because I complained about missing hamburgers and french fries. And Oleg, I think you missed your beautiful wife, Irina.
Absolutely.
And and Zena, you missed a lot of things, but you were, I think, born to be in space.
I was pretty happy there, but
Yes.
I did miss ramen.
Yes, and any kind of noodles became ramen, even if they weren't really ramen. We called them ramen.
All right, next up we have Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. Question to Mike and potentially Kimia, if you'd like to chime in. Mike, you briefly touched on Starliner, and in your time on orbit, both of your colleagues who flew the CFT mission, Butch and Sunny, announced their retirement from the astronaut corps. So given that you and Nicole Mann are the last two, correct me if I'm wrong, but remaining NASA astronauts who have been trained on Starliner, at least publicly announced, do you envision that once Starliner is ready to carry crew again, you might be a part of a future crew? Is that too early to ask that question, or how do you kind of see yourself moving forward with that part of the commercial crew program? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great story about Starliner and where we are with that, and we're wishing Boeing and the commercial crew program some super success in getting Starliner. It's really in NASA's interest to have two partners that can fly spaceships, and the more people flying in space, the better off we are. I think we are just focusing right now on rehabilitation and getting back and getting maybe back in line because it was such a nice ride, and we'd like to get back in line again. But in the meantime, though, there's a lot of capable astronauts, and I think we're all gonna, we'll figure out who's gonna fly the next Starliners. But at some point in life, if they ask you, you wanna go fly, of course, it's hard to say no. In the meantime, if I had a chance to fly with any one of you again, I would immediately say yes. I'd cancel any retirement plans and get right back at flying. This is such an amazing crew, and Zena was right again about it's not when, but with whom. And Yui-san, shall we go fly Starliner? What do you think?
Yeah, I really want to. I really liked actually training in Starliner. and also really like the design concept. Yeah, very capable. So of course I would like to fly as a Starliner on Starliner. But on the other hand, JAXA has less slot actually to send JAXA astronaut to ISS, and I just want to support actually young astronauts to go to ISS. So yeah, probably this flight might be a last one. So I just want to support other crew members. JAXA astronauts from ground. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thank you. Question for Kimia and Oleg. I'm curious to hear what you two think about being part of the first kind of medical return from the ISS, and did either of you help or play any role in managing this medical concern? Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the great question. Actually, for me, I was so surprised, training actually works very well. And also ground, including, everybody, crew members and also ground team works actually well prepared, actually, training-wise. So we can handle anything, including planning, replanning, everything. But so I was so surprised, actually, because of the 25th of history of ISS operations. We are very capable, and if we use this kind of experience, actually our future human spaceflight will be very, very, actually, we can handle any kind of difficult situation, I thought. So, of course, we came back early, but including this kind of decision, this is actually very, very good experience for the future human spaceflight. Thank you.
Next up, we have Manuel Manzotti with Exploration Especial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Manzotti from Exploration Especial. I cover the space program in Spanish. Two quick questions. The first one, with any one of you who can answer, because I don't know who was particularly involved about this edge computing experiment developed along with Red Hat and National Lab of Action Space. Could you go into details on how it was implemented and what kind of information of data was used in order to perform the experiment? And then a quick question for Zina. Could you finally, did you find the time to write some poetry?
Oh gosh, I found time to read actually a lot of poetry. For me, it takes time for an experience to percolate, but I'm sure I'll be writing a lot in the weeks and months and years to come.
And as far as edge computing on board the space station, I don't think we were involved with the actual computations. What we did was we were a little bit like IT support and made sure that the computers had the power and connections with the Ethernet and the communication so everything could work. Sometimes, especially with commercial payloads, we aren't as super involved to know exactly what the results are, but I'm sure our friends at Red Hat and the rest of the team, we tried to make sure that all of our payload customers were happy and that we did our very best to help them. So I'm sure edge computing was pretty interesting, but we haven't heard the results yet.
And we will come back here in the room for a question.
Richard Two with the Post newspaper. Mike, a quick question for you. Last time we were here, we talked about amateur radio and your interest in that. And it's a very good answer you gave me at that time. I'm curious, in the time that you were up there this time, were you able to participate in any events related to amateur radio? And were any of the experiments RF-based that you worked on?
Yeah, so I was super excited and still am with amateur radio. What was interesting and what I was really proud of is that all my crewmates participated with our school outreach, and we salute the ARIS team for sharing a space flight with people all over the world. I think I talked to a school in Africa. I think you had one in Japan and South America,
Yeah, South America, Central America.
Yeah.
I had one contact with a research ship that I worked on briefly, which was really special.
Yeah.
That was very cool.
And we didn't. I personally let myself down a little bit and not having too many random QSOs out there, but we did reach out and have a chance to talk to people across the planet in whatever language, because that was a fun thing. There were some neat experiments also, especially on Russian side, and with some extra video, and we were definitely used. I guess there was some TV side in Columbus module. Mm-hmm. I will say, just looking back at it, my first experience with amateur radio, it was all in the service module. We could actually look down through the windows of service module and kind of see where we were talking with. And Columbus doesn't have a window, so it was a little harder to imagine. So we put up a world map, and you could see where you're getting into range and out of range. But also you can just imagine what it must be like at some of these places that we could talk with. And I think if we had that extra month or so that we came, I would have liked to think that that version of me would have reached out on the radio and talked a little bit more. Maybe next time.
We will go back on the phone bridge. We have Shannon Perrine with WT.
We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here again. We are listening into NASA's Crew 11 astronauts as we hear from them for the first time since returning to Earth early. As we head to break, let's take a live look at Epic Universe, a perfect afternoon to spend out there at the theme park. Don't go too far. You are watching Florida Live. Welcome back to Florida Live. We are taking another live look into a news conference that NASA's Crew 11 astronauts are bringing us as we hear from them for the first time since returning to Earth early. Let's listen back in.
Actually want to train any differently than we already had.
Next up, we have Ryan Kitan with NASAspaceflight.com.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Welcome back to Earth, Ryan Caton, NSF. I was just wondering, usually when the crew transfer happens on orbit, it's to my understanding that the outgoing crew will hand over some advice or some other words to the incoming crew. So I'm just wondering if you'll be doing that with Crew 12 on Earth rather than in space. Thank you.
Yeah, we want Crew 12 to hit the ground running, or hit the space floating, something like that. I think all of us have some really good perspectives. I think Zina and Oleg can help, especially the new flyers, and on what to expect. I think my only advice to them, just as we did with the change of command ceremony, was take time and stop for a group hug.
Group hug and selfies.
And selfies.
You were always great about photos. And Crew 12 is not arriving to an empty space station. They have Chris, Sergey, and Sergey there, so they will get lots of handover. As far as Dragon-specific stuff, that's something that we're happy to talk to Crew 12 about, and they're getting really great training in Hawthorne right now.
Next up, we have Claire Cameron with the Scientific American.
Hi there. This goes to anyone in the crew who wants to answer. What were some of the biggest challenges that you faced during the course of the mission, aside from obviously the medical issue that prompted your return? And then also, what were some of the science highlights whilst you were in orbit? Thanks.
Oh. Not enough hours in the day to take photos. That was one challenge. There's just so much to share and to do and to see, and I think I could stay there for 18 months and still feel like I didn't have enough time. Yeah, I think that was one of my biggest challenges. There's just so much to see and experience.
And it was all wonderful. I mean, seeing the Earth from so many different aspects, getting a chance to talk to people from all over the planet.
Absolutely. And so many really interesting experiments that we got to take part in. Some of them are experiments where we're tracking our own human bodies and how they adapt to the spaceflight environment. I come from a life sciences background, and so I really loved all of the chances I had to work in the life sciences glove box. Of course, I'm very familiar with pipetting small volumes of liquids from one vial to another vial, but I'm not as familiar with those liquids kind of clinging to the tip of your cannula and trying to crawl out of the tube that you're trying to put it into. Some really interesting quirks of working in this weightless environment. But again, the farther afield that we start to go, the more we're going to need astronauts to be the eyes and ears and lab notebook for the researchers on the ground. We're not always going to be the scientific experts. In fact, we rarely will be. And so I think the ISS has been an excellent proving ground for how we get science done and also involve a mission control team that includes scientists and the experts here.
Yeah, super collaborative.
We will come back in the room for a couple of questions.
Oh, thank you again. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week in Space Technology, and I wanted to follow up on an earlier question I had, and I think this is for Mike or Zina. But Mike, you spoke confidently about not falling too far behind because of the training and the flexibility and the people who are going to follow up with the spaceship. Well, one of the things you're going to do at the end was a spacewalk to kick off, I think, the 7th IROSA, to get 8 installed in all, to give the station adequate power for a whole lot of activity, and then for the deorbit. Do you feel as confident that they'll be able to catch up? And I think they'll try to look at the end of this year for the spacewalks to at least receive both and maybe get the 7th or 8th installed. But, there's time. I just wondered how confident you feel they can move ahead.
Yeah, we floated on the shoulders of giants. The previous crew had started the IROSA work, and so we were able to consult with them and figure out how to continue on with the IROSA work. And I think similarly, the next crew that gets to go outside, we have those bags. They were really well packed and ready to go.
They're ready.
The procedures were scrubbed, and we'll work with them, of course, as their friends on the ground. I do believe, Mark, like you said, is that, again, I can't speak for the program, but I do think that the space station program has some flexibility. These weren't the immediate things that needed to be done like we had, I don't know, 8 or 9, 10 years ago with when we had a leak in our thermal control system that had to be done immediately. So I think there's some flexibility in getting the job done. I'm just really amazed with all of the variables, how well that our teams on the space station program side and the flight operations director at FOD side, how well we can come together and make a new plan. You know, we had a really great plan, didn't work, so we got a new plan coming up, and I do think that there's some flexibility, and it will be great to help our teams, at least from what we can do down here, to make sure they're successful. And the space station will just keep going. It's a wonderful, amazing space station that we've built, and it was just a real joy to be back on board.
We will take another question here in the room.
Gina Sinceri with CBS News. The briefing.
So for the past almost 45 minutes, we've been listening to a news conference from NASA's Crew 11 astronauts who we're hearing from for the very first time since being forced to return back to Earth early after one of them experienced a medical incident on board while they were at the ISS. Again, they spent 167 days in space, and this is the first time we are hearing from them. They appear to be in wonderful spirits, so good to hear from them. Well, it was a pleasure joining you here on Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon. A gorgeous day to get outside if you're able to. As we go ahead and end the show, we want to take a live look. I thought we were going to Epic Universe, but we are going to Port Canaveral, it looks like. The Launch Credit Union camera. Another gorgeous view here in Central Florida. Again, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. I hope you have a fantastic
all gathered in the service module, the entire crew, our Soyuz flyers and Dragon flyers, and just being there together as family, and then calling each of the mission control centers as they at home were experiencing their local New Year's Eve. It was just really heartwarming. I don't know how else to put it.
It's such a human event.
Yeah.
One of my favorite times, I liked all the times, but and I think Kimia and I especially shared this because we knew how wonderful a feeling it is. But when Oleg and Zina, passed the Kármán line, and we got to see Earth for the first time, and became a real cosmonaut, and you instantly turned into a veteran astronaut right there, a flown astronaut for sure. We were so happy for you both. It was just a really special time to share that joy with you.
I was giggling a lot.
I thought that was Kimia. Oh. What was your special time, Kimia?
Yeah, for me, like JAXA's, Japanese new cargo vehicle, HTBX, came successfully, and everybody helped me a lot. So yeah, that was a great moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Kimia reached out and grabbed it with the robot arm, but his arms are so long.
Yeah, very long.
We were thinking that if the robot arm broke, he was still just going to reach out and grab it.
Nope.
Oleg.
For me, all our parties was a great time, and one moment also I like it was a moment when new Soyuz crew came to us, and it's new people, and I was really happy to see new people on the station.
Thank you for that. And at Nils122000 on Instagram asks, what was your favorite aspect of having free time on the International Space Station?
Oh, just looking out the cupola for me, taking pictures. Absolutely. Yeah, that never got old.
Yeah, we had some free time, but not a lot. And I enjoyed free time when we like we mentioned, is we had some time to spend together as a family. And my first mission, we only had 2 people, and it never got old. But it was really cool having 7 people. And the times that we spent together, we made sure that we had meals together at least once a week. Sometimes we did it more. I think there was one week where we had special space cakes, 3 cakes in 1 week for all kinds of celebrations and milestones in people's careers. So those kind of things. Yeah, and I think that's one thing that was definitely new, was space cakes. Yeah. My first flight, and we would just get a cookie and put some icing on it, and that was good. But they got better.
We will head back on the phone bridge for another question from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hi, thank you. I just had a quick question, hypothetical question about NASA's astronaut medical privacy policies. If the astronaut who suffered the medical issue wanted to identify themselves, would they be able to under NASA's rules, or are these NASA rules requiring everyone to not talk about it? Thanks.
I have no idea.
I'm actually not sure of the answer to that, so you'll have to ask someone else.
Yes.
Joey, we can follow up with you on that question, but as a reminder for this specific crew, we won't be disclosing any further details, and the crew is not planning to identify themselves for this situation. All right, I think that is the final question we have for today. So we will go ahead and conclude today's news conference. Thank you for joining us, and welcome home, Crew 11.
All right, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My thanks to my colleague Stephanie Quinn, who's been with you for the last few hours, taking you through some of today's top stories. As you see there, we were able to hear from those NASA astronauts themselves after having to cut their mission short due to a medical issue. Of course, a number of questions were answered about those astronauts' specific experience up there in space and some of the takeaways that they had. I think the thing that I listened to the most there is them saying that they are now in a better position to be able to pivot once something does happen. And so we'll continue to keep you updated if there's any other further coverage from those NASA astronauts there. But again, we are in a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. I want to continue to sort of show you some of what we're watching behind the scenes as a few live feeds are now coming into our newsroom. Going to put this one up on the screen. It's going to get underway shortly as we're expecting Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson expected to hold a press conference. This is after his meeting with the council there. He has a city council meeting pretty often, and oftentimes he'll take time afterwards to make a few remarks. And just walking up to the stand there, we're actually going to head out there live in Atlanta. About a few seconds ago, this is an FBI-related presser that's coming to us from the Atlanta, Georgia area. Let's listen in.
RTZBERG. I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. I'm joined today by Supervisory Special Agent Aaron Sears of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Assistant U.S. Attorney Alex Sisler, who serves as the Deputy Chief of the Complex Fraud Section of my office. Earlier this afternoon, Todd Burkhalter of St. Petersburg, Florida, pled guilty to orchestrating what is one of the largest, if not the largest, Ponzi schemes in Georgia history. As the Chief Executive Officer of the Alpharetta-based financial advisory firm Drive Planning LLC, Burkhalter defrauded more than 2,000 people out of approximately $380 million. Within the past few months, my colleagues and I have stood with FBI agents in this building to announce massive drug seizures, confiscation of illegal weapons, numerous arrests, and the formation of the Homeland Security Task Force, through which we are executing the President's plan, Operation Take Back America, to fight violent crime, eliminate drug cartels, and secure the border. But make no mistake, the prosecution and conviction of Todd Burkhalter and his accomplice, Drive Planning Chief Operating Officer David Bradford, demonstrate the Department of Justice's continued engagement in the fight against financial crime and fraud. Within the past few weeks, my office has announced the prosecution of a former federal employee who used her position at the Small Business Administration to approve more than $3 million of COVID relief loans in exchange for kickbacks. We charged 2 Georgia state representatives with lying to steal unemployment insurance benefits, and one of those defendants, Karen Bennett, pled guilty earlier today. We charged the senior vice president of the Atlanta Housing Authority with engaging in a scheme to fraudulently collect Section 8 housing assistance payments for her own rental property and for convincing friends to present false documents on her behalf. And we charged an Alpharetta man with scamming real estate investors with fake opportunities to invest in timberland in Costa Rica and ripping off college football fans by selling tickets to UGA games that he never provided. As the Deputy Attorney General of the United States said last month, white-collar cases are a significant priority for President Trump, for the Attorney General, and for the department. And perhaps Mr. Burkhalter now knows that better than anyone else. As Special Agent Sears will explain, there were intricacies to Burkhalter.
All right, as you see there, I want to head straight out to this vantage point that we have of President Trump as he is overseas at the World Economic Forum. Let's listen.
Greenland? Really good. Is it a win for America? Are the tariffs off the table completely now, sir? Can the people of the UK rest assured the deal's gone? Based on the fact that it looks like we have the concept of it. Is that more security in the Arctic, sir?
Mr. President, what does it mean for territory, for your legacy, sir? What does it mean for your legacy to have Greenland?
The next step, Mr. President. I think it's a really good deal for everybody. It's a great security, good national and international security. It's a deal that people jumped at. Really fantastic for the USA. Gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security and international security.
How so? Can you give us some details, please?
Well, the deal is going to be put out pretty soon. I mean, we'll see. It's right now a little bit in progress, but pretty far along. It gets us everything we needed to get.
Will the U.S. still get Greenland? Will the U.S. still get Greenland, sir?
That convinced you. Say it?
What did Mark Rutte say?
Well, he's a great leader. I think he's fantastic. The Secretary General was representing the other side, which is really us too, because, you know, we're a very important member of NATO. I've done a lot for NATO. And it's really nice. I mean, it's a deal that everybody's very happy with.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and other resources.
Sir, how important is it for your legacy?
Have you already spoken to other European leaders? What? Have you already spoken to other European leaders?
Yes, I have.
How long will the deal be, Mr. President?
Infinite.
Did you speak to Denmark? Did you speak to Denmark?
Will there be money involved? It's signed forever.
Will there be
money involved? It's a deal that's forever.
Will there be an effect?
Anyway, Mr. President.
Will there be an effect?
What happens is people are out there and they're working it right now. They're working the details of the deal, but it's what's called an infinite deal. It's forever.
Will there be an effect? About Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your board of peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power, where we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled. And everybody wants to be on it. But yeah, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. But all babies on the board, it wouldn't be very much. So he was invited. He's accepted. Many people have accepted. I don't know of anybody that hasn't accepted. But it's going to be great. I think the Board of Peace will be the most prestigious board ever, and it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done. And we'll work with the United Nations, but the Board of Peace is going to be special. We're going to have peace. It started off with Gaza and the Middle East. We've got peace in the Middle East, tremendous peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. And that happened by taking out the Iran nuclear threat. Without that, it could have never happened. But the board is going to be, I think, really fantastic. And I think it'll be the most prestigious board of any board ever in world history. Thank you very much.
President, how important is it for you to have Greenland?
President Zelensky tomorrow. Did you speak to Denmark?
All right, as you see there, we did just lose that shot here on Live Now from Fox. That happens from time to time as we're in those live events and getting that feed as it comes to us. So we do know that President Trump has been spending the week there in Davos, Switzerland. He just arrived a little bit earlier on today, gave multiple speeches, and also took time to address reporters like he just did several times throughout the World Economic Forum. And so what we've really been waiting on is the latest here with Greenland. We just brought it to you as breaking news in the last hour ago, with President Trump declaring that he had come to some sort of deal based off of those negotiations. I'm going to read off this Truth Social post there on your screen. It says, based upon a very productive meeting that I have had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as those discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and various others, as needed, will be responsible for those negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And as you see from that gaggle that we were able to have and bring to you on Live Now from Fox, President Trump was asked a whole host of questions about Greenland and the statement that he just recently made on his Truth Social account. But ultimately, what we can take away is that President Trump announced today that he would not be following through on his threat to impose tariffs on 8 European allies. This was set to go into effect on February 1st over their opposition to his claim of Greenland. We do know that President Trump has already dropped his threat to invade Greenland by force earlier today and has now reversed his tariff, which triggered a crisis in the transatlantic alliance and rattled global markets as well. And so we do know, as said there on his statement, as he reiterated in some of those questions, he has now claimed to found a solution to the Greenland crisis. This was during that meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. And so basically what we heard there, President Trump saying that this is going to be a great thing for the United States. We'll continue to keep our eyes on all of this and as it unfolds. And in the meantime, we do want to take this opportunity to slide away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, though, much more on today's top story. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on with our live coverage that we're following here today. I'm going to take you back out to the Atlanta, Georgia area as we're hearing from the Department of Justice and other members with the FBI as they're speaking out as a financial advisor has since pled guilty to orchestrating a $380 million Ponzi scheme.
This defendant, but there are other individuals who may still be charged in connection with the same scheme. Well, there were several, and one has also been charged and is awaiting sentence. So as I mentioned, David Bradford is an individual who pled guilty a few weeks ago. He was the chief operating officer of Drive Planning LLC. He pled guilty to involvement in a $4.1 million part of the scheme, and he will be sentenced in a few months. Well, this is a matter of public safety. It's about protecting the community. You know, people losing perhaps their life savings or something close to their life savings has a devastating impact, perhaps more than somebody going into one's home and stealing their television set. And so these are impactful crimes, and we must protect people sometimes from themselves and their lack of diligence, but also from individuals like this who will prey upon them with their scams and their swindles.
Do you guys know the evidence that you had presented in court? Was anybody wiped out? Not that any loss is not a loss, but was anybody actually wiped out for folks who lose their?
Yes, there are victims who suffered substantial financial harm.
That they cannot recover from?
What percentage of the money do you think the victims might get back?
I think it's too early to tell. The receiver is still working on recouping assets, and that work is not yet done.
Who's his attorney?
He's represented by the Federal Defender Program.
Side note here about State Representative Karen Bennett. Can you talk a little bit about this afternoon? Did you say this afternoon she pleaded guilty?
She pled guilty either earlier this afternoon or this morning. She pled guilty today. She pled guilty to a violation of Title 18 United States Code 1001, making false statements. And so, as it was alleged in the information that was filed a few weeks ago, Ms. Bennett was obtaining unemployment insurance benefits while she was a member of the Georgia State House of Representatives, claiming that she was unable to work during COVID-19, during the pandemic, when in fact that was not true, and while in fact she was receiving payments that she did not disclose in her application or her certifications to the Labor Department. And so she's pled guilty to a felony count of making false statements.
What punishment are you looking for her?
We're going to recommend a term of probation for her. She was cooperative with respect to this investigation. We did not go to the grand jury and indict her. As in this case, she pled guilty to a criminal information, which is to say she waived her right to indictment and went straight to a guilty plea proceeding. So she accepted responsibility. But she will, from this point forward, forever be a convicted felon as a result of her deceit.
Do you have sentencing dates for either?
So a sentencing date has been set for Mr. Bradford, but is likely to change. A sentencing date was not set for Mr. Burkhalter. We're waiting to see how the receiver does with respect to the collection of restitution and also try to coordinate his sentencing with Mr. Bradford's. I would expect it to be early summer.
He did not speak today when he gave his guilty plea, if he was, is that correct?
Well, he didn't give a full statement, but every defendant has to admit in open court verbally that they are in fact guilty of the offense, and they also have an opportunity to object to the recitation of facts given by the prosecutor, in this case, Mr. Sisla. And Mr. Burkhalter did not make any objection to the recitation of facts, which is consistent with what I've told you all today. And he did admit that he pled guilty because he is guilty of the offense charged in the criminal information.
I guess I'm asking, if he were to make a statement that we don't know, that would come not at the guilty plea, but at the sentencing?
At sentencing, he would have the right to allocute, which is to say make a statement to the court before the court pronounces its sentence. He did not allocute today.
And how many years or what punishment are you looking for Bradford?
At this point, we're prepared to recommend the low end of the advisory guideline range. That has not yet been calculated. The probation office will do a calculation, and we've bound ourselves to recommend no more than the low end of the guideline range, provided that he does not engage in conduct inconsistent with accepting responsibility between now and sentencing.
Looking ahead, what do you think, what do you see white-collar crime here in Georgia?
Yeah, so we obviously work hand in hand in this space. It's a priority for us. We continue to have a robust effort with a large squad of personnel working this violation across the state of Georgia. If you look at the most recent reporting from our IC3.gov reporting in 2024, Georgia unfortunately rose up the ranks to number 7 overall with over $400 million in reported losses. And as we discussed, a lot of this happens to elderly individuals across our state who are not in a position to really recoup the funds. So for us, it's a priority. We have a large case docket. Some of them are large like this, some of them have smaller dollar losses, but each case for us is extremely important. We take them all very seriously, and every victim is deserving of that effort from the FBI. Yes.
Well, we'll take one more question if there is any. I want to ask about his connection to Georgia. He's from Florida, 2,000 victims. How does it end up here?
So the defendant's originally from Georgia, and the company was based in Alpharetta.
What message does this send to people who might be in a similar space?
I hope the message that this sends is that we're coming for you, and you're going to be punished severely when you're caught. Burkhalter faces a maximum of 20 years of imprisonment, and he's worked out a deal with us where we're going to ask for 17 and a half years. That's pretty close to the maximum, and that's because this was a massive fraud that affected many people, and we take it incredibly seriously. So the message is we're coming for you, and you're going to pay. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you see there, the shot cut out right as that press conference came to a close out of Georgia, as the Department of Justice is now talking a little bit more about a man who has since pled guilty to $380 million involved in a Georgia Ponzi scheme. And so we're going to continue to keep our eyes on all of this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for yet another 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue with our coverage of today's top stories and live events. We've been spending a lot of our day with some of that coverage coming to us out of Switzerland. Of course, this all comes as President Trump has made the trip overseas there to meet with world leaders at the World Economic Forum. But still there on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., we're hearing from lawmakers. We did get a press conference a bit earlier today from House Democrats. Want to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning.
Yesterday marked the first full year of the Trump administration, and it's clear Americans are worse off today with Donald Trump and Republicans' leadership. And while it's nearly impossible to measure all of the damage done by the Trump administration, there are a few new lows hit as the nation deserves extra attention. In 2025, American families paid $310 more on groceries and $1,625 more overall compared to 2024, thanks to Donald Trump's tariffs. On top of that, more than 1 million people were laid off last year, the most since the 2020 pandemic, making it even harder for Americans to find good-paying jobs to make ends meet. And their signature achievement and their signature legislative accomplishment, what Republicans tout all the time, was the single largest cut to health care in our nation's history, all in order to give corporations already making record profits additional money and permanent tax cuts. 1 year in, the American people want to know when Donald Trump will finally put their needs first. And I wish we could say that the worst was behind us. But in this Trump cruel and chaotic administration, they have continued to double and triple down on the policies that are wrecking this economy and hurting hardworking families. Even as Donald Trump focuses his attention on other countries, Republicans here at home have the opportunity to do something. They have an opportunity to lower costs that people face, and they continue to choose not to. Before the Senate right now is an extension of the Affordable Care Act, tax credits. Millions of families rely on this for their health care and will see their premiums skyrocket and have seen their premiums skyrocket as a result of Republican inaction. We won't stop fighting until we get this done. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman.